Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello. Happy Wednesday. Yeah. Welcome back to Criminality. We are covering the case of the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her second trial. We left off yesterday with Christina Hanley on the stand, who is a forensic scientist, and she won't be back until this afternoon. It looks like there's something's going on in court, a little funky. Maybe saw somebody in chat say that the courtroom has been cleared. And that there is a juror issue. Jurors were sent back to deliberation room, and Bev is meeting with each juror individually. I didn't see the tweet, but I'm sure Sleuthie and T will show us. I don't know what that is, but welcome. Hi, Sleuthie. Good morning.
Morning. Let me get Lally off out of our faces.
Okay. Objection. Bev is talking to all the jurors individually, which means that somebody made a complaint about one of the jurors and somebody's going to get booted.
At least one somebody, in my opinion. I queued up the stream to be able to watch what she says for anybody that hasn't seen it. And I looked up, I was following a couple reporters for just like briefly after this all happened. And not only were they told to leave the courtroom, but they were like booted from the entire floor of the courthouse.
Oh.
Like people aren't even allowed to be outside of the courtroom. Like they have to be off the floor. Like what on earth would require that level of, you know what I mean?
They can't even be out in the...
They can't even wait outside the room.
Because they don't want them to be able to hear anything.
Well, when they're inside, they can't really hear anything at sidebar. So if she's meeting jurors one by one with the attorneys at sidebar, I don't think Oh my God, I thought my computer broke. Did y'all hear that? Somebody's computer broke. Are you okay?
Wow.
Did you hear that?
That was crazy.
That was so crazy. I don't even know what I was saying. I don't even know what we were talking about.
Somebody didn't want you saying whatever the hell you were saying, though.
Weird. Was there an earthquake or something?
No.
What?
That was weird.
That was real weird. You've sounded robotic at times. But that was weird.
This was like,
yeah.
Like it was like gonna possess us.
Beam you up.
It was definitely from my end. I just don't know. I don't know why. Sue O'Connell said everyone had to take all electronics with them.
Yeah.
That sometimes they can leave laptops during recesses.
Amber said, you got abducted by aliens. You've been gone for 50 minutes, actually.
Welcome back.
Well, before we get into those things, I know we already said, but taking the electronics with them, blah, blah, blah. you want to just watch the clip real quick? It's literally maybe 10 seconds.
Yeah, let's do it.
That way you can see what then you'll be up to speed here. Okay.
Is there a Brennan name in this trial? Yeah, the prosecutor, the special prosecutor is Hank Brennan.
Okay. What is here? Make this big. Okay.
Be seated.
Oh, they don't sound happy.
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to, don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about.
Sure.
Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take the cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we no filming. All right, send it back and we can back. Thank you very much.
All right, please.
All right, now I'll see counsel.
That's it.
Counsel. So that's all that's happened.
Yep. Now we're at live time and nothing's happening yet.
So a juror complained about something, or the bailiff heard something, and but I'm going to say a juror complained that another juror said XYZ, and then she's now going to talk to every juror to see if they actually said XYZ, and then that juror goes bye-bye.
It's just weird to me. Like, I knew this was going to happen the other day when she yelled at them for like making faces and stuff, so that everybody could pay attention and whatnot. I knew something like this was going to happen.
Somebody was probably talking about the case, saying what they thought of something, making fun of Toupee.
Mm-hmm.
Tiny Toupee. Did you see what I tagged you in on Twitter?
Yeah, and I had already like liked it and laughed my ass off at it.
Oh, had you really? Why did you fucking tag me then?
Well, and then I thought she knows me. But I was watching that live and I was like absolutely in tears when he was doing it. Or drawing it, I should say. So that would have been, I don't even know how long ago that was. We might be, I don't know if we're pushing on a half hour at this point.
Well, court should have started at 9, right?
Well, they usually start at 9, but she was late, and then
she was late because she was hearing about what was going on.
Yeah, she was late. Then she finally came in. Then there was a sidebar. Then they brought the jurors in. Then she left again.
That's because she learned about whatever happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because we're normally an hour behind.
Yeah.
The guy is in the courtroom as a reporter. Who is Crime Ghost?
From what I've been reading, nobody's supposed to be in there. Not even on the same floor.
That might be a response to whatever the hell we were talking about.
Oh.
We jinxed the trial by starting earlier. Oh, John. That post, your post. That's your post. All right. Well, I mean, I guess we've got. I've got to go pack a lunch and take some kids to school. Mm-hmm. So, do you want to? You could. I mean, I guess you could hang out and look at Twitter stuff, or you can do. Maybe you want to start a different testimony that we were going to do later on.
We can. I thought. I don't know. We can.
Whatever the hell you want.
So Proctor's direct is 2 hours and 14 minutes. surely it's not going to take her that long to talk to the jurors, right? I mean, like, but then again, how do we know? Like, how do we know how long this is going to take? Every single juror she's going to talk to? Plus alternates? I mean, that's like, there's like 17 of them.
And but she's already been doing it for 45 minutes.
True.
Maybe go find some funny clips to play of people making fun of Man Shannon.
Man Shannon. Let me see. I'm going to keep looking up. You can go do whatever you have to do.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be back. I'll be listening on my phone. I mean, this is so weird. It has to be somebody complained about what a juror said.
But it's just weird to like have to talk to all of them. Like even last year, I don't think it happened like that. Like there was like a select group of say 3, and then one of them kept getting brought up over and over again, but like never did she talk to all of them individually.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, I am wondering if
probably said something in the deliberation room in front of all the jurors.
I'm wondering if whoever when she said to like not make faces or make comments or whatever so that everybody could pay attention. Like, I wonder if there's a juror on there that's like, I literally can't pay attention because of these people, or they're talking really badly about or making fun of so-and-so, you know?
Right. Well, and then Sue said yesterday that people were reporting that one of the jurors was asleep, but she said she didn't see them asleep.
Oh, that was that crackhead, the guy that has me blocked. That was also, he also
John
made it. He also made it. Yeah. How is it? What is it?
John DePietro?
Yeah, I guess.
DePetro?
I don't know.
I don't know. It's one of those.
That's who we're talking about, though, but I don't know how to say his name. But he wrote something about like the jurors not having LinkedIn. So
Yeah, he's an idiot.
I don't know how they would expect these jurors to not like. They're not sequestered, so they have all their devices. What makes them think that they're not going to get on their social media and like shit pop? Like everybody knows about this at this point. Everybody local, at least.
Yeah, gosh forbid they tell anybody in their life what they're doing right now.
Right. So like, it can't just be like somebody saw something or whatever, and then that's the end of it, because I just don't.
She would need to talk to all the jurors about that.
True. Well, unless they told everybody.
Unless maybe the bailiff was being bad and said something in front of everybody.
All I know is this is gonna put another.
You will vote guilty.
It's gonna put another a time drawback on when I get these damn exhibits.
Hopefully it doesn't cause a fucking mistrial, whatever it is. So.
Oh my God, I can't. We can't start over. I can't. How does he know? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I'm new too. So Teresa's going to go do her stuff with her kids.
Yeah, I got to go.
All the things. Do you guys want to start Proctor's Direct? It's not boring like yesterday was. No, I don't know that I don't think I have it in me to do this a third time.
Yeah, no.
Oh no.
She's like, too many of you guys are gonna vote not guilty, and so I'm just gonna go ahead and end it now.
I've been seeing people say that maybe there was some truth to that whole thing that Howie Carr posted the other day, remember?
Yep.
He said he got this tip from someone he's known a long time. It says, "Good morning, Howie. If you've noticed, Canoni has dramatically changed her demeanor." Remember, me and you were like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Dramatically changed her demeanor during the last several days, far less hostile to the defense attorneys, a little hesitant to automatically sustain a Commonwealth objection. This information is third hand, so here goes for what it is. The word is that the jury sent her a note through a court officer that they wanted her to stop automatically sustaining all of the Commonwealth's objections because they, the jury, felt it was unfair and they wanted to hear the witness answer. This information has come from
a sat there and talk shit about her. They're probably in deliberations talking shit about her.
Yeah.
And she's like, I am going to talk to each of you and tell you that it's not very nice. All right, I got to go. I'll be
Okay.
back.
Okay.
You guys do whatever the hell you want to do. Have fun.
Okay. I also wonder if maybe it has to do with Man Shannon's testimony. Like maybe, I don't know. But I have that stream up and I have Twitter up. I'm going to make some breakfast. But since the other stuff was boring, do you guys want to watch Proctor? Who in here has not seen Proctor's testimony from the first one? Yeah, I agree, Lacey. But I just personally, I don't have the, oh, you have not. Okay. You have not? Really? All these people have not seen Proctor? Oh my God. Okay. So Proctor was the lead investigator, obviously. I mean, you should know that by now just by watching this trial. So let me... Okay, hold on. We'll do direct. Yeah, I don't have the patience to just sit and wait in silence for whatever is happening here. So, okay. Oh, it's so like, I said it before that I had like heard rumors about maybe like things that he had said, and I was imagining certain things, and like the things that he said and what he testifies to here is just like it's like beyond what I was thinking. I just got a notification. Oh, it's just Ted Daniels showing us the same clip we've already seen. We've already seen it, Ted. Only come to us with new information, please. All right, we're going to do this. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Oh, big douche. Oh, you have no idea. My jaw was on the floor for like a whole maybe 20 minutes of his testimony in a row.
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So unlike Hank, Lally tries to get ahead of some of these. Okay, so like Lally starts having him read them. It's good. We need this after yesterday, the boringness of it all.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Oh,
Could
yeah.
you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Trooper Michael Proctor, Proctor.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Unit within the Massachusetts State Police.
Not anymore.
And how long have you...
Trooper, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up loud, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And sir, if you want, that microphone in front of you is adjustable, so however close or far away you are. Now, how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
For over 10 years, and it'll be 5 years in September with the Homicide Unit.
Now, with reference to your work with the homicide unit, with the detective unit at the district attorney's office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work within that unit?
I've attended several homicide schools. I've also been certified in Celebrite software programming. I've also, in addition to homicide investigations, have worked in within the
I literally don't care about this, and he's been fired.
narcotics unit.
How those specific days for your on-call duties are assigned?
Suicide over.
On January 29th.
January 29th, he was on call. He got the call. He was already working, so he's got the case that way. It's not because he was picked personally by the Alberts, blah, blah, blah.
2022.
Yes.
And at some point in the morning, did you receive a call in regard to a
Yes.
situation in the town of Canton?
I did.
And what, if anything, was that? When did you first receive that call from them?
Sergeant Mechanic called me at approximately 6:48 that Saturday morning, advised that Canton PD had a male party that was discovered in the snow outside of a residence, and he wasn't sure what had happened. It was originally given to me as a possible medical situation.
That was too long an answer.
And based on that initial call and that initial information that you received, what, if anything, did you do?
And at that point, I knew I needed to gather further information, so I contacted Detective Lank from Canton Police Department to see exactly what transpired in the morning. He had informed me that a male party had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital with some injuries. Detective Lank didn't have much more information, so I knew I needed to contact the paramedic at the hospital, the individual who's treating Mr. O'Keefe.
Before we get to that, if I could, I'm sorry. As far as Detective Sergeant Lank was concerned, was that someone that you called on your own, or how did you get his information, or why did you call him specifically?
I knew he was on scene, so I called Detective Lank.
So that was some information that you had received at some point earlier, and then you contacted, Detective Sergeant Lank.
Correct.
And following that, you reached out to whom? I'm sorry.
Firefighter Anthony Flamati.
And with reference to that conversation, what, if anything, did you learn from that?
Firefighter Flamati informed me that
I'm going to allow it.
Firefighter Flamati informed me that Mr. O'Keefe had some injuries to his right arm, some abrasions to his right arm, some injuries to his eyes, a cut to the nose area, and he put a 10% chance of survival for Mr. O'Keefe.
Sorry, but I don't think Flamati has any business giving you a percentage of his survival at all.
And then based on that information, who did you call next?
I contacted Sergeant Mechanic, advised him that this sounds like it's more than a medical situation.
And what, if any, decision did you and Sergeant Mechanic come to with regard to what to do or where to go, or what the next step should be?
So there's a couple different steps. Number one, it was blizzard conditions, and we operate, Ford Fusions or Chevy Malibu. So we got authorization to use our personal vehicles that are four-wheel drive, and to meet at Canton PD and to speak with the responding officers.
And about what time was it that you and Sergeant Mechanic arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 10 a.m. that morning.
And so, Trooper Proctor, if I could ask you, whereabouts were you at about 8:22 in the morning?
Home.
Had you shoveled out of your driveway at that time?
Not yet.
Had you cleaned off your car at that time?
No.
So you arrived at the Canton Police Station about 10 a.m. or so. When was it that you arrived in relation to Sergeant Mechanic, if you know?
At Canton PD?
Dom, the attorneys will be present. It's all the attorneys, MBEV, and each individual juror.
Yes.
I don't recall if Sergeant Mechanic arrived first or myself.
But suffice it to say, at some time you both arrived around 10 a.m., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you go with the Canton Police when you arrived there?
We spoke with the Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if anything, did you learn from Sergeant Good?
Sergeant Good informed us that while he was on scene, he identified Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, Karen Reed. He also informed us that Jennifer McCabe was out early in the night at a Waterfall Bar in Canton with some individuals, and that she was the one who called 911 when they found Mr. O'Keefe in the snow that morning.
Now, with regard to the parties that you just mentioned, prior to January 29th, 2022, had you ever met or were you aware of either Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts, or Karen Reed, or John O'Keefe?
I've never met any of them.
And at some point subsequent, did you have occasion to meet and speak with Ms. Reed?
Yes,
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
I do.
Just for clarification purposes, if you could identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing.
She's seated between Mr. Jackson and Mr. Yannetti wearing a pinstripe sport coat.
Just ask the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Yes.
Now, after you speak with Sergeant Good, did you speak with anybody else at the Canton Police Station?
No.
And where did yourself and Sergeant Mechanic go from there?
We then traveled to the home of Matthew and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, with reference to when I say you and Sergeant Mechanic, at how long a period of time was it that you were with Sergeant Mechanic on that date of January 29th?
It's from 10 a.m. approximately when we met at Canton Police Department until we returned to the Canton Police Department that afternoon around 5:30 in the afternoon. So all day. And we also had a debrief meeting with just the troopers in my office at Canton PD. So at least from 10 to 6, 7, because we also went back to the office with some evidence.
And so from that entire time, from 10 in the morning until later on in the night, other than maybe short drives in individual cars, were you essentially with Sergeant Mechanic that entire day?
Yes, we used Sergeant Mechanic's pickup truck that entire day. I left my personal vehicle at the police department, and I rode with Sergeant Mechanic all day and into the evening.
Now, from the Canton Police Station, where did you and Sergeant Mechanic go?
The McCabe's house in Canton.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with there?
We spoke with Matthew and Jennifer McCabe, as well as Brian Albert.
And those interviews that you conducted, were they how were they conducted?
One-on-one, Sergeant Mechanic and myself kind of rotated out Jennifer, Matthew, and Brian. So first we interviewed Jennifer, and then once that was completed, we had her step out, go to a separate room, brought in Matthew, and then the same thing with Brian.
Yeah,
And for the balance of the interviews that you conducted several interviews over the course of your investigation in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And for those interviews, as far as individually done, was that primarily what you did with each of the people that you interviewed over the course of the investigation?
Yes, each interview conducted was either with Sergeant Mechanic or another trooper in one-on-one, with the exception of Julie and Chris Albert, I believe, were in the same room as us.
Now, with respect to, I believe you just answered it, but as far as each of the interviews that you conducted over the course of your investigation, was it at any point in time, was there an interview that you conducted just by yourself?
There was just one.
And who was that one that you conducted by yourself?
That took place just at the grand jury across the street. It was the Currans. I had some difficulty locating them, so when they appeared for grand jury, I interviewed them one-on-one by myself prior to their testimony at grand jury.
You had attempted to meet with them prior to them coming to the grand.
Do you guys want to skip to the texts? He does look like a toe. Yes. The text. Well, yeah, it probably does contradict what's in this trial, but they can't, like, nothing can be potato with a necktie. Who knows if he's going to testify? And Buchanan is already gone. And if I'm the defense and I'm bringing him on, I'm really only bringing him on for this stuff, the texts, and probably the, like, holding on to the clothes and all that shit for a month and not bringing it to the lab. All right.
Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Oh.
Have with regard to your interviews of them specifically or the investigation in total?
Zero. Absolutely zero impact on this investigation.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great.
I'm not thinking of going to therapy.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's a text message thread labeled Proctor Friends.
Now, over the course of your investigation, over the course of this case, are you aware that there were iCloud data that was obtained from your personal cell phone?
Yes.
And different text strings from that iCloud data from your personal cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to what has just been placed before you, is that an excerpt or piece from those particular messages?
It is.
And from the front page of that, can you tell the jury who are sort of the participants in this particular text communication?
There's several numbers that aren't identified. The three that are under kind of nicknames me and my buddies have for each other.
That you know who's in
Generally
it.
speaking, just as far as the participants in this text communication, who are these people to you, and how do you know them? How long have you known them? Who are they?
The members on this text thread are close friends from junior high, first grade even.
Don't care.
So people you've known for years, is that correct?
Correct.
And do each of them live, or do any of them live within the general area at this time?
Some of them do, yes.
And so when some of them do not, is that correct?
Correct.
And the ones that do not, how far away do they live?
As far away as Tennessee.
Why does that matter?
Now, with reference to this, there's an indication as far as the first message sent or last message sent from this particular text chain, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question, please.
You know what's weird that just like popped into my head? He said it says Proctor texts or Proctor texts with friends or whatever he said. But Buchanan, when he was reading whatever was pulled from the phone, remember he said Proctor had like a barcode?
Sort of towards the middle of the first page. Direct your attention to that area. Is there any indication as far as the first message sent and the last message sent with respect to this text chain?
On the first page, yes.
And what is indicated as far as the first message and the last message?
The first message is, I need to brandish a gun more often. The last is, Chip, name of that BPD cop.
No, I'm sorry, sir. If I could direct your attention to the first page in this packet, page 2527, you see conversation details. I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to the right.
Okay.
Do you see what I was talking about now?
I do, sir.
And from that area labeled conversation details, there's a first message sent date and time and a last message sent date and time, correct?
Yes.
What is the first message sent date and time?
It's 10/18 of 2021 at 8:48 a.m. The last message sent is 8/31/2022 at 11:19 p.m.
And is there also within that conversation details an indication as far as number of messages over that time frame within this communication?
There is.
And what does it list for number of messages?
It's 38,707.
And fair to say the packet that you have before you does not contain all 38,707 messages, correct?
That's correct.
The first message that you had, I believe, alluded to in reference to the first one listed within this communication, what date and time is that?
That was January 29th, 2022 at 10:36 p.m.
And who is that message from?
My friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what, if anything, did he send to the group?
I need to brandish a gun more often.
And if you know, what is that in reference to?
He just recently moved to Tennessee, and he was kind of, I think, making a joke as kind of the lifestyle down there where guns are more prominent or more common to be carried around there. So I interpreted that as a joke in that nature.
You're so weird. What?
And the next message, sir, from that same page, 2527.
The next one is it's bold.
And is there a name associated with that number that's in these?
No,
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
And the next message, sir, from 10:52 p.m.
Chip, name of that BPD cop.
And Chip, who is that referring to, sir?
That is one of my nicknames I've had since maybe high school.
So a nickname that would be familiar amongst these group of friends in particular?
Yes.
No, DB, this is old. I just don't have a way to put up a banner.
And this time period when these text messages begin, sometime after 10:30 or 10:50 p.m. on January 29th, where are you and what are you doing in reference around that time period?
At this point in time, on the 29th, I'm home.
And that last text message, do you respond to that at approximately 10:53 p.m.?
Yes.
And what was your response?
John O'Keefe.
And the next message down from there, also at 10:53 p.m.?
Yes. He took custody of his sister's kids.
That's your response. There's another response above that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what does that say?
How old?
And you respond as far as he took custody of his sister's kids, correct?
Correct.
Skipping down a couple, do you see an entry at 10:53:49 p.m.?
Yes.
And that's from a 617 number. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the response there?
Oh man, that's rough.
And following that, do you respond to the earlier query as far as age?
I do.
And what did you say?
Mid-40s.
Now, the next message below that, as far as indication of mid-40s, what is that?
His age.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry. The next message underneath that, sir.
I'm sorry. It's a Facebook link.
And do you recall what that Facebook link is to?
It's to John O'Keefe.
And is that something you sent or one of your friends sent?
One of my friends sent.
And the next message below, turning to now page 2529 at the top there. What is the next message that's sent?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
And as far as the book, what did you understand that to mean? Let me approach.
Sure.
Proceed, John.
Yes.
Trooper, if I could direct you back to page 2529 within that packet before you. And below that text stating what's that, I don't have the book anymore. You respond, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is it that you say there?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And sir, if I could direct your attention again within that same packet to 2532. And there's a message there sent at 10:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And who's that from?
A friend who lives in Tennessee.
And what does he say in that text?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And you respond at 10:56 as well as 10:57. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is it that you respond?
My first response was nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
And what, if anything, were you saying, or what was the purpose of that text in regard to the homeowner?
I was just letting him know that essentially Mr. O'Keefe is a Boston cop and the homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
Now, if I could turn your attention to 2533. And top of the page, sir, if you could read through that page as far as who's texting and what are they saying?
Again, for my friend from Tennessee and myself, I hope not, but I can't see it. I responded with, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital. He was banged up.
Now, as far as the next text from a 781 number,
Mhm.
what does that say?
Did he get beat up?
Big ideas don't come easy. But when you get one,
Is this going to happen every
And
5
you
minutes?
responded to that, is that correct?
I did.
The objection sustained as to form.
What, if any, response did you provide to that?
Nope.
Objection. The objection was to the former question and the answer.
I'll strike it.
Now, turning your attention to 2534. And from this page, sir, if you could, again, just read through as far as indicating to the jury who's speaking and what is being said.
From the start of the first text, so the owner of the house.
Yes.
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
And those last two are your responses, is that correct?
So he talked to a Canton paramedic and thought he got beat up.
Yes.
Now, the following text messages are from your friends, is that correct?
Yes.
What do they say?
Bear, let's focus. What does she waffle to mean? What's the story? I responded, she hit him with her car.
And the she that you're referring to there, who is that?
Miss Reed.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2535. Again, if you could start at the top of the page and read through that page and just indicate to the jury who is talking and what is being said.
Okay. My friend in Tennessee states, okay, that's fucked up. I respond, intentional or not. Then another response, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him, question mark. That's another animal we won't be able to prove. And then I respond, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument.
Anyone speak out loud or out of turn?
The objection's overruled.
Your Honor,
But
if I could say this, there needs to be an identifier of who's speaking.
I understand what you think the mix-up is. So, Mr. Lally, go back.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could please, again, start at the top of the page and just indicate.
No, just after the gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway, correct, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct, Your Honor. Thank you.
I respond, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. I follow that up. They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left. 781 number responds with, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
And how do you respond to that, sir?
There's several other messages before I issue a response.
Objection again. Bottom of the page.
So it's not an objection, but Mr. Lally, why don't you point him?
So, sir, at the bottom of page 2535, you have a response, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that response?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
Objection.
So it's going to be a matter you can address on cross.
There has to be some accuracy. If the reading.
So I understand. So, Mr. Lally, why don't you go point for your witness?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Lally, it's on there. Why don't you go show your witness? Why don't you just read it, Mr. Lally, and tell us who you attribute it to?
Sure. So, sir, what I'm asking you about is the bottom of page 2535, 2535. You indicated biffed him, correct?
Correct.
What did you mean by that?
That Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2537. Now, do you see a response toward the bottom of the page from yourself, January 29th, 2022 at 11:04
Yes,
p.m.?
Angela.
Yes.
And can you read that response for the jury?
Yeah, but there'll be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And what did you mean by that, sir?
That throughout the course of the day, we had compelling evidence that Miss Reed.
So keeping in mind, this is at like 10 o'clock at night. on the 29th, the day that they found John.
It struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
And you have 2 responses from friends, the same friends at the bottom of that page, 2537. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what are those responses?
Keep your voice up loud, please. Trooper Proctor, jurors can't hear you.
Yes, Your Honor. Number ending in 5051. Got to be. I can only imagine what internal affairs of the BPD are trying to get out there. And the second response, same number. She hot at least.
And turning your attention to the next page, 2538, at the top, if you could just read a series of responses from yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
Read from those, sir.
Yep. So these came from me. From all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. She's a whack job. CUNT.
Objection.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Cunt. Yes, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. Though. No ass.
And sir, what is it that you were referring to there, or why would you text that?
These were, from all accounts, he didn't do anything wrong. Is talking about the homeowner, Mr. Albert. I had mentioned the compelling evidence against Miss Reed at this point indicated that Mr. Albert had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death. The rest of the unprofessional and regrettable comments are something I'm not proud of, and I shouldn't have wrote in a private or any type of setting.
Sir, at some point, if I could turn your attention to page 2540. And there's a photograph that's shared within this text communication. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And does it indicate who shared that photograph? From the prior page, possibly.
The number ending in 5051.
And who is depicted in that photograph that was shared within the group text?
It's Miss Reed being escorted out of the State Police Milton Barracks.
And these are all from February 1st of 2022, around that time frame. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, sir, if I could direct you to page 2543. And sir, if I could direct you to the top of the page and ask you to read through that page, indicating who's speaking and what the content of those communications are.
Okay. Number ending in 4146. Question, is that chick a smoke? Again, 4146 question mark. I respond EH. I respond again, nut bag, as Chief would say. I also respond with, she's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo.
And what, if anything, is that in reference to, sir?
Again, to Ms. Reed's some medical conditions there. Again, unprofessional comments I should not have made.
Like what?
That I'm not proud of.
Oh, they're back?
As far as attitudes expressed
We'll still give them a couple minutes, but I'll go see what's happening.
within these text messages and other text messages, what, if any, impact did that have as far as your investigation was concerned regarding this?
They're at sidebar now, so again.
These juvenile, unprofessional comments have zero impact on the facts and the evidence and the integrity of this investigation. They said these are unprofessional comments, but they absolutely do not detract from the integrity of the investigation or the facts and evidence of it.
Your Honor, may I approach this retrieve?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, contained within, you've seen text messages amongst yourself and a variety of different people from that same sort of iCloud area of your personal phone, correct?
Correct.
And among those, are there communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
And how would you characterize, or what was the general content of communications that you had with members of the Canton Police Department?
One communication was to coordinate interview times for firefighters. And
Yes, I know that court is back in session. It's, well, technically, like, still at sidebar, I guess, but it said sidebar, but now it again says, oh, now it's moving down. So we'll just give them a couple minutes because I'll find out what's happening. Well, let's see what's happening. But then stop. Hold on, Beverly.
About the cat. I follow the instructors. I still have, all right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent?
Bet you didn't ask them this when you was talking to every one of them individually.
Research or investigation into this case. And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that.
Oh, what's it going to be? Don't make faces. Don't giggle. Is that what it's going to be? Is that what held us up for 2 hours this morning?
No one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case. No comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started.
1 minute ago, Ted Daniels said court has resumed. All 18 jurors are here. Judge Cannoni reminds jury to not talk about the case, going straight through to 1 p.m. and shortened lunch.
We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go to the 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Dr. Wolf, so the neurosurgeon from Miami.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia.
Okay, I already have an issue with this. Hold on, let me go close my refrigerator door. Or it starts beeping at me. So, yeah, fix your collar for one. Second, are you a neurosurgeon? Because a neurosurgeon isn't necessarily like a brain surgeon only. Like neurosurgeons deal with spine. They do deal with the brain too, but we also do surgeries for like he said, trigeminal neuralgia or epilepsy or tremors, Parkinson's, all kinds of stuff. I'm annoyed that he called himself a brain surgeon. That's annoying to me. It's either wrong or whatever, Or he's saying that because he wants them to like believe that anything that's wrong with John O'Keefe's brain, he's the one that should know. But if you remember, the medical examiner already said he has no business saying anything about how John died. He's not qualified.
But I also specialize in movement disorders.
Oh, like the ones I just said, like, I don't know, epilepsy, Parkinson. Well, not epilepsy, I guess, but Parkinson's, essential tremor.
I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working
That's
tomorrow?
nothing.
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me. And I have 4 on Friday.
And what type
That's
of
barely
surgeries do
any.
you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your
Wait, what? Wait, what is that?
Dopamine centers in rat was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. Did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue acidosis in severely head injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information.
No, he didn't put his pinky up. This man drank his water bottle, his pinky up.
This case.
Of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin.
Nope. I would be objecting right now. Did y'all hear what he just said? When a soft tissue hits a solid ground. So you're already going into this thinking that his head hit the ground.
Tear us apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
So when he says, and if you want me, if y'all just want me to shut up, I will. But a lot of this is hard to sit through, and you might be wondering what some things mean. And since I know, I can answer. So basically, he just said, and I don't remember the ME saying it specifically, and I don't remember the lady from last year, the one with the tattoos. Oh, Stonebridge. I don't remember her specifically saying that it was a non-depressed skull fracture, but he just did. And basically what he's saying specifically is that, so if you think about somebody getting hit really hard one time in the back of the head with a bat, let's say, a depressed skull fracture from that would mean that like the bone of the skull like indents towards the brain. Like if you stick your finger on the shell of an egg, it'll indent in. He's saying that this was not that way. Yeah, or nightstick. Well, a nightstick, I don't know that I don't know. I'm not a what is Dr. Wolf? The other one, not this one. Whatever he is. Or not him, Rentschler. I'm not them. So I don't know how much force it would take. Like if a nightstick would have enough force to do that. But basically, yeah, biomechanics. Basically, he's just saying that it wasn't like dented in. So like, that's pretty easy to picture. Either your skull is dented in towards your brain, suggesting that something on the outside was hard enough that it hit it and it broke it in towards. Oh, you know what's a good example? You know how when you might have known that when they investigate like break-ins, let's say, if they look at the like shards of glass, they're able to tell if it was broken in from the outside. Nightsticks was used. Like they bust away. Yeah, the window. That's literally where I was like with the window situation. Yeah, swinging a bat was really like the most I gotta stop looking at the chat. I don't know why it's distracted me so much. So yeah, busted from the inside would have been something to so let's say when it's a non-depressed skull fracture, it could be, we'll see what he says, where the brain itself, because your brain's floating in fluid. And the brain itself, let's say it's shook back and forth and hitting the skull from the inside and causes a fracture that way. Sorry. So he's kind of confusing me because 1 minute and I know I wasn't hearing things, but he absolutely said that it was what you'd expect from soft tissue, basically his head, hitting a solid ground. But then in this breath, he's not really suggesting that the solid ground broke his skull from the outside.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
Basically, the base of your skull is what it encompasses. Mm-hmm. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. Mm-hmm. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back.
See, this is bothering the shit out of me. Like, what is he even talking about? He was told what happened here, according to the Commonwealth.
Back down.
And non-depressed skull fractures are like usually whatever, less serious.
With gravity, the skull hits the ground.
See, this is bullshit.
It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles.
That's stupid. An easier way to explain that is your brain is soft, your skull is hard. When it bounces around your brain when it bounces around your skull because it's floating in fluid, it can get bruised. Just like if you press a banana while it's still in a peel or throw it on the counter, it can get bruised inside there. He's pissed me off.
And the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura, can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid.
M's. This is like, that's like nothing unusual for a neurosurgeon. I'm just saying. But he's really pissing me off. But I think most of the reason why I'm pissed off is because I can already tell what's happened. He was told by the Commonwealth exactly what the Commonwealth says happened. And to be entirely honest with you, and I'm trying to think, and I could probably ask one of them, like, our doctors don't know about, like, injury. I guess when you talk about like biomechanical engineers and stuff, they're the ones that would know. Like, we fix the things that are wrong. We don't like try to figure out how they happened necessarily, if that makes any sense. So basically what I'm saying is, if you're like, oh, we have like all these injuries, A, B, C, and D, and the person that you're talking to is like, well, what happened was they were hit by something on the arm and it spun him around and threw him 10 feet. And then he banged the back of his head on the solid ground when it, at the end of January, when it was cold and a nor'easter was coming. Unless it sounds entirely not plausible in any way, shape, or form, like someone flew 90 feet because they tripped over a curb. Unless it's something absolutely absurd like that, like these neurosurgeons, they're not going to be like, that doesn't sound right. I don't really believe you about how the injury happened. They're going to be like, okay, I guess that makes sense.
Arachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. Like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have,
again, that's not the only type of blunt trauma,
an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
Objection.
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
Objection.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please?
Oh, Leslie.
So I'm sustaining the objection. So no.
Finally, good grief.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his
Wait, he asked for a sidebar.
head?
The objection. So no.
She
sidebar.
sustained it and said no need for a sidebar.
Yeah.
Do you have an opinion, doctor?
Should have said objection before he said, yeah, that's exactly what happened. You don't fucking know that. I can't, Teresa, with this one. I was almost hoping that he wasn't going to be called because the mendacity.
The mendacity.
I just, like, professionally, I have no issue with him. But Like, in my opinion, I don't see where, and I think very highly of neurosurgeons, very highly, as they do think of themselves.
So
But like,
how did this guy get involved in this case?
that's what I'm saying. I don't see his place here with this.
Yeah, I really don't either. I don't understand. And why does he look like he's from like the movie Twilight or something?
He's a Cullen.
Yes.
This is so frustrating to me. I can't even begin to explain to you. I hope he's almost done. I mean, at this point, he's already said what Hank wants him to say, right? I mean, that is what Hank wants him to say.
What's he saying? That his head hit the ground?
Yeah. That's what caused his injuries. His head hit the hard ground. That's literally what he just said.
Well, this is going to go against everything that Plevin has been telling us for 2 years.
Yeah. And he said that those things would have been seen on an MRI or CT scan had he been brought to the hospital.
He was brought to the hospital.
Yeah, but not like when he sustained it, supposedly. You know what I mean? But I'm not understanding, again, he said it was a non-depressed skull fracture. And then he's also saying that the damage occurred from the outside in, that he hit a hard ground.
Okay. This is really simple on cross. Is there any sign that he was, is there any sign that you can say that he wasn't in a
But
fight?
Teresa, they're going to say, if they come up and say, could he have been hit in the head with a bat? Could he have been?
Well, they're only going to ask the ones that they know are possible. So I don't think hitting the head with a bat is possible.
Could he have been punched in the face and fell backwards on
the ground? The ground that you're saying he hit, that he died on.
Right. But if they say that,
he can't say that.
I'm going to assume this man looked at his whole skull. Like, I'm going to assume he looked at his whole
opening
skull.
statements was, these people will not be able to prove, this is what the defense said, they will not be able to prove to you that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. They're going to tell you that they can, and they're going to pretend that they can, but they will not be able to prove to you that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. Whatever he says is what caused this brain injury is irrelevant, because he cannot prove to you that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. So all the defense needs to do is go up there and make sure to reiterate that. Like, so you cannot prove that he was hit by a car.
I'm just interested to see if he,
I think his testimony is irrelevant, but that's me.
well, I don't think he belongs here. And again, I say that with like as much respect as I can muster, which is still a lot. But I just wonder if they're going to, like, if he did look at his whole skull, so his face too, and says he didn't have any facial fracture, like, it would make more sense to me. Well, whatever. Like I said, and as much as I'm saying that a neurosurgeon won't necessarily know like how an injury occurs, like, I mean, I don't either.
Right. And I think that's what they have to stick with, is that this guy, can you tell me how John died? He blunt force trauma and with hypothermia. Like, is that going to be the bottom line? Okay. Do you know how how that happened? No. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
But
we all know John's dead. I mean, like, that's not a surprise to anybody. You know what I mean? That's kind of why we're here.
He'll say it's classic. Now, see, he just said blunt force trauma, which, again, I think something that needs to be stressed to them is that does not necessarily mean that his head hit the ground, even. You know what I mean? Like,
you've been a brain surgeon now for what, 40 years, Dr. Wolf?
A long time. Longer than I've been alive.
So how many times have you seen blunt force trauma? And he'll be like, 70% of my cases have some type of blunt force trauma, or, and it's not going to be that much, but you know what I'm saying? They're like, okay. And how many of those people were hit by a car? I mean, I just think I think this is an easy witness for the defense. That's my opinion. I just think that I think he's a nothing burger. He's going in there and just trying to say, the biggest thing he's doing that's bothering me is talking about hitting the ground because he could have hit a wall.
Yes,
he could have hit the car. I mean, there's so many things. If he was saying the car, I think that would be even a bigger. I mean, we'd have a lot of problems. But I just he hit the ground. We don't have no what. Do you know what type of surface caused this injury? And they'd be like a hard ground. Okay, could that be cement? Could that be, like a hard surface? How do you know it was? How do you know it wasn't a wall? I feel like Alessi's got this guy's not gonna. He's gonna be a nothing burger in my opinion. Which is why I think that they agreed that he would only be here for today anyway, because they're like, we won't have much to talk to him about.
Well, he has surgeries scheduled, but
if he's subpoenaed in court, it don't matter how many surgeries he has scheduled.
I think that all he really needs to say, Alessi, is, were you told the Commonwealth's theory of the case prior to reviewing the materials?
Yeah, that's a great question too.
Because I guarantee you he was.
Well, yeah.
There's no way they handed him the materials and he was like, oh, this is what caused these injuries.
Talk to Brennan or talk to Tully. Talk to Brennan or talk to Tully.
Yeah.
Well, probably not Tully, because Tully, I think, was removed in 2024. So he was rehomed in 2024.
Well, we don't even know when he got that stuff. Like, I don't remember him even saying when he got the stuff.
I think this is the big thing too, is that I agree, Kat. I think this guy is really just to come in and set up for Welcher. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't. I think that he's an easy.
Well, the Emmy already said he's not qualified.
You're not telling us anything we don't already know, buddy. Go have a good day.
Yeah.
About whether that laceration on the back of his head.
Obtaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his?
I think putting Lally up here with his objection paddle is like magical in some way.
It really is.
Got my objection.
Head was caused by a particular movement.
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain and to his base of his skull.
Would that type of
not a big deal? We know that
laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin.
Teresa, it doesn't matter. This is not true. It's a lie. That is what's bothering me. The only way he could have gotten it was hitting it on the ground.
Have faith in Alessi.
In that fashion, you could look it up. Would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
I'm going to be fucking.
Is there anything about that injury
Writing him an
that would
email.
suggest
I'm
to
not listening to you anymore.
had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Oh.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Request kindly a sidebar on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you will. Oh, wait, who's here? I didn't get to see. Ugly Carl and his wife. Where's Peggy? There's Paul.
Dude, I don't know how Peggy hasn't gotten in trouble for the faces that she's been making.
Dude, maybe she did this morning.
And then maybe the jurors are talking about her faces.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, she's been eye rolling, shaking her head.
How about that? Remind me to keep an eye there.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota.
you-
It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks.
Oh, fall down on their own?
Yeah, drunks.
That might be a good leeway right there. I'd be using that against him here on my cross. So you're saying you see a lot of drunk people who fall entirely of their own volition and they fracture their skulls?
Yep.
And could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I don't think Hank was expecting that. He's like, bitch, I just said that. I just said that they could fall on their own because they're drunk or shoveling snow.
He thought it was an accident. This could be an accident.
Yeah.
Or this could be something worse. And then we're going to go back to the medical examiner who said, undetermined, because I can't decide between homicide and accident.
So again, what if John got scared by an audacious bird?
Yeah, an owl pig would scare the shit out of somebody.
And he tried to run away and he fell because he was drunk.
And the owl pig tried to take him.
Yeah.
But he weighed too much.
Or maybe the owl pig scared him. That's why he ran. I would run from an owl pig.
I fucking would. You would definitely run from an owl pig.
So, I mean, that's just as possible to me as anything else. And he tripped over the curb or slid on the grass because it was wet. Because this
I wouldn't be opposed to actually doing the truth, except for the wounds on the arms. We'd have to actually have an owl pig. The wounds on the arms get me if it was just an accidental fall. So,
well, if the dog would have got out, well, I don't know. It's funny because Bob brought up the coyotes and I was like, dude, you sound insane. But then I looked it up because he was like, no.
We looked up all the different animals that are in the area.
Yeah, he was like, they were having an issue with coyotes at the time. And I'm like, it sounds like you made that up. Did you read that on Twitter? Well, then I was looking and I saw more. So then we figured out that despite the fact that coyotes are very strong, right? They're not strong enough to carry the weight of a dead 20-pound or 200-pound man.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have, because what they do is they don't eat out in the open. They tend to go towards things that are dead and freshly dead and drag them basically into the woods. Even if they're going after prey that's still alive, if they were to do that, they would drag them into the woods. They wouldn't do it out in real life.
We have coyotes here, right? Yeah, that's how it is. So poor Lacey. Poor Lacey's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. So last year they had the one of the forensic scientists that actually had swabbed John O'Keefe's arm, I think 2 swabs, if I remember correctly. And they sent the swabs to an animal DNA specialist.
Davis.
To see if it was dog DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And what came back was actually pig DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So then Bob from Defense Diaries decided that it was the Michael Peterson case and it had to be an owl pig. So an owl pig is fake, but
I'm just saying.
Yeah, like Nunya says, everyone thinks the owl pig is fake until they meet an owl pig. So that's where owl pig comes from.
She was here when I told my near-death experience. So take the was it Peterson?
Yeah, Michael Peterson.
The Peterson thing, my near-death experience, this guy saying that you don't have to like,
a near-death experience.
it was. So it's entirely possible. Trial day 27.
Was it
Sleuthie's
the shirt that she swabbed, or was it his arm? Did I say arm and it was his shirt? If I messed
They
that up, I
swabbed the
apologize.
shirt. They were told they swabbed the arm of the shirt, but nobody knew like exactly where on the arm, like where on the sleeve it was done.
Right.
So day 27, if I'm not here, it's because they've brought me in to testify virtually to how this was entirely possible had he been scared by now.
Sleuthie's now been deemed an expert by the state of Massachusetts.
I am an expert in bird attacks.
Put it on your resume. Tell them
It's
you have a
happened
degree
twice
in
now.
it. Tell them you have a degree in it, and you can totally testify.
Oh dear.
Okay, hold on. One of the jurors has reportedly moved seats. He sat in the seat closest to the witness box. Oh, I think I saw this earlier. I frequently observed him joking around with the woman next to him during sidebars, which is believed to be the reason that Judge Cannoni instructed the jurors earlier in the week not to make faces. No clue what any of that means. That's from Turtle Boy.
So basically, she wasted our time today for no reason. All right, are you ready to
Add
continue?
it to your CV. She's now a bird attack expert, a lip reader, and a courtroom artist.
Yep.
Bitches, take it over.
I am. I don't even have to get off the stand. I can just
You stay there.
Yeah, I'll like put on a different hat or something, or I'll take off like a layer of clothes and I'll have like another.
You leave your whole entire outfit on. You just change the color of your shirt.
Yeah, I'll have like 6 shirts on, and then when it's time to be like the courtroom artist, I'll take one shirt off and be that. And then when it's time to be like the bird attack expert, I'll take that shirt off and be the next one.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
I doubt it.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term
Does it matter?
is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head.
But you don't know that.
Summarized
Do you see how much extra information he has?
by the laceration in the back of the head and the
That's what you need to
contusions
say.
that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb.
No, that's
It's
a bad
getting
analogy.
black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
He needs to use my banana
Are
out.
there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
I knew this was coming.
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture.
Exactly. Like I
So
said.
any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture.
Mhm.
Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces,
In case you couldn't tell, he thinks Hank is a complete imbecile.
depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof.
I have to go get my charger.
The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
Whether the brain could have caused
In your
the orbital
study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell it. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they pass is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Aww.
And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
How many
Correct.
trauma injuries do you take care of?
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that injury was caused by the application of force directly
Otherwise, what is another possible cause?
to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
I think he's not going to ask him what I said he should. Were you told that he got hit and fell backwards on the grass and was left in the snow?
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Wow.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf.
Good. Let's get this show on the road.
Thank you very much.
I'm still on the fact that it's just he did not offer anything when it came to did Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her car.
See, I think he
was a waste of testimony.
As a surgeon, told the jury that the way he got it was by falling backwards and hitting his head on the ground. Like, I would have had him clarify that, because that's, to me, that's what I feel like he just told them, is that that's basically the only way he got that was he fell backwards and his head on the ground.
Yeah.
Now, whether that means he got hit by a car or he tripped or whatever is irrelevant, but I mean, not irrelevant, but basically, at a minimum, he told them that he fell and he hit his head on the ground outside.
Yeah, that's kind of, I still don't know if it matters.
I would have
hit my head on the ground outside. I can fall and hit my head on the ground inside.
I would have had him reiterate what he said about how he has seen drunk people that basically just fall on their own and get those types of skull fractures. Which said something about his next witness.
Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure.
We didn't expect to meet her already. So,
what'd you say?
So they're like, we didn't expect to need her already, so we're not really prepared.
Yeah, so like we already like this whole day has been wasted, and it's the last full day this week. They're still on break. Do you want me to go back to Proctor?
They didn't go to lunch yet, so not yet, right? Are we
And
live?
They're gonna have a 30-minute lunch today.
Yeah. Are we live or not?
Yeah, this is live. I'm assuming that Hanley is not there.
Well, no, because I think she thought she was coming in after lunch.
Correct.
But I mean, it's 1 o'clock now.
12 o'clock.
It's 12 o'clock.
I think they said they're going to go all the way through to 1, then 30-minute break for lunch. I read that somewhere. Let me see.
Yeah, that's what she said earlier. And then a shortened afternoon break, no morning break.
Judge tells this was 25.
That does suck for any of the smokers. I'll just say that, because they can't, when they were all being interviewed, they couldn't go outside probably,
right,
to go smoke. and now they get no morning break. So they're probably like, yeah, fucking let me out. I'll go have a cigarette. Yep, he ended cross. Indiana girl.
25 minutes ago, Sue said judge tells jurors that went quicker than expected, morning recess, and then a sidebar 1 minute later. So
Morning recess, that doesn't make sense. She said they weren't having a morning recess. But now I guess they get one because
Sue, correct herself. All 18 are there.
okay.
That she was wrong. Just 2 of them swapped seats, which I think somebody said earlier. So
Turtle Boy said that too. I think M's tagged us in that post.
So that was 25 minutes ago. So if lunch is going to be 30 minutes, why is this break?
Sense.
Why is this break more than 30 minutes? Like, we're wasting time.
Unless she let them go to lunch. You missed a juror. There was a jury issue, and Bev interviewed them all individually and kicked everybody out of the courtroom. And then we had the neurosurgeon from Miami, Dr. Wolf, and he testified that John's injury was from blunt force, falling down and hitting the ground. How he knows that, I don't know. I would have reiterated that he could have hit anything. Could have hit a wall, could have hit. So, well, and then they're supposed to have Hanley. Hanley's supposed to be back, and I don't think she's coming back till after lunch. I think that was the.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just, yeah, I'm so tired. That was the deal yesterday.
Mm.
It just doesn't make.
People's, like, where they even get this stuff, I have no idea.
What are you on Twitter?
Yeah, the defense was scared of Dr. Wolf because he proved there was no fight and nobody hit John anywhere on his body, whether back of head or front of face. Defense ran away. John's SUV hit John. She left him there.
John's SUV hit John?
Karen's SUV hit John.
I don't think that's what he proved at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the way that people interpret it's just hilarious
Yeah,
to me.
I don't know. I think that I need to look into studies on how people's brains work this way. We need to ask Dr. Wolf this. How the fuck does anybody walk away thinking that when I don't see it that way at all?
Dude, the amount of times that Hank has not been ready with a witness, if this happens one time with the defense, she's going to publicly rip their balls off. This has been happening since day one, literally. So the fact, do you not have anybody else to come in that's going to be quick? Hanley's going to be quick. What more does she have to say? She looked at the glass. The glass doesn't even match. How much more could she possibly have to testify about?
Oh, speaking of, let's look at
put Welcher on here and get it over with. My God, why are we on a break still?
Why are we on a break still?
We didn't even start until an hour ago. We've literally been out of court for breaks more than we've actually been in court. And where are my exhibits? I'm wondering if he was forget it. I'm not going to keep trying because I'm just going to send everything on Thursday because there's an update coming Thursday from all the stuff from last week. Someone just said in all capitals to Fox News, the neurosurgeon said the gash on above his eye was not associated with the fall. Exactly. It was probably the same cause as the one by his nose. Glass. Remember the glass he was holding? Remember Karen Reed pulled glass from the cut on his face? It broke when she hit him.
I see. This is when people will pick and choose what they believe that she says. So it's like, oh, so she says she pulled glass from his nose, so that works with our theory, so we believe her. But then everything else, she's just a liar, and Jen McCabe's telling the truth. You know what I mean? Like, this is, if she's not credible, throw everything she says out. That's it. That's the bottom line.
It's the brain surgeon who let that jury and Karen Reed know that if she would have gone back immediately after she hit him and gotten him help, he might have lived. I pray that hit home with her. What about all the people that most certainly would not have missed him laying there? People still twisting that he didn't look mortally wounded, quote. Like she wasn't talking about when she found him in the morning. Because he didn't look mortally wounded when she found him. Jay tweeted 37 minutes ago in all capitals, the whole thing. This man wasn't able to make his wife a cappuccino today.
Aww. She had to make her own cappuccino. Okay, that was super cute. He goes to work, gets all of his day set up, and then comes home to make his wife a cappuccino, and then goes back to work. Like, for real? Well, like, what?
Why can't she make her own cappuccino? He probably doesn't let her touch the cappuccino machine.
She probably doesn't know how to make a cappuccino. And he's like, fine, I'll just fucking come home and do it.
So 1 minute ago, Aiden posted, he said, Google reviews for Dr. Wolf long before Karen Reed case. There's one from 11 months ago that says, Dr. Wolf and his staff are not the caring patient service you need. Wolf is easy to dismiss and not lets others feel what they are going through. His receptionist and practice manager are no help and clueless to matters. These fake 5-star reviews from staff to maintain his image is false hope. May my grandmother get the peace and the rest pain-free from her ending misery experience. Okay. Somebody else 2 years ago, lymphoma. It's been many years, but you don't forget the man who told you that your fainting spells accompanied by a lump in your neck and chest pain were all in your head and that you need a psychiatrist. I wrote his office and they denied it. Unfortunately, medical records do not exist that far back anymore, which was late 1993, early 1994. I was diagnosed with lymphoma, perhaps would have been caught earlier had he not dismissed an 18-year-old young woman. I also developed 2 other forms of cancer following. Perhaps he treats older patients with dignity and respect. Beware to anyone else. I have to say, though, that's not necessarily like a neurosurgeon is not an oncologist.
Right.
So they don't diagnose like those things.
But if he was the neurologist at the time,
well, he's not a neurologist. He's a neurosurgeon.
He talked about that he did other stuff that he stopped doing years ago. What was it?
Like spines and stuff. He stopped fucking around with spines and stuff, and now he just does brains. But he said he did like a rotation, like a 3-month rotation in neurology, but that's way different.
Oh, okay.
And now she's going to go to lunch.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too. No, yeah, I don't like. I just think his testimony was irrelevant. Who knows what the jury's thinking?
Come on, Bev.
And ma'am, I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Okay, she's back.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
They already met you.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right, thank you.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
This is so annoying.
Your Honor, call both the seat to introduce in a minute to the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, call both seat to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you could enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman.
I don't remember seeing that.
And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item.
Do you remember seeing this last
Yeah, I
year?
was just looking at that.
What is that? It's
Mhm.
not the. It's not the bottom of the glass, right? I'm not just like seeing
No.
things weird, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
what
no.
that is.
What? I don't know.
Trace item. I don't know.
I don't remember that.
I don't either.
That's 7-12.
7-12 as I.
I can't tell if it's something that's broken
Don't you have a list in your spreadsheet of what each thing is? So it's 7-12 in your spreadsheet. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Exhibit MSP lab items 7-12.
It does look at the top of a mason jar.
It says that 7.
Is that just the container that it's in?
It could be, because my thing says that 7-12 is 14 glass. Oh, sorry, I lost it.
Yeah, I think it's
glass and clear plastic.
Yeah, it must be just the container that these are all in.
Yeah, it just looks funny. It looks like something broken, but it just says glass and clear. So all these things. Is there 14 things here? I can't really tell if she put it together. But.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I received it. So there's
yeah, that looks weird.
Several pieces of clear glass.
Oh, what was the other thing? 3 dash. Oh, I only have 3-1, and it's the passenger side taillight. I don't have 3-2, which is what I thought she said.
She did.
Oh, I don't have that.
With broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. As you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close.
Now mine says glass and plastic. She's calling it all glass. In case you're paying attention.
Of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
Oh.
And if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical match.
Did she say, though, where all those 7-12 pieces were found?
What is that?
No, we'd have to go back and see which ones are 7- whatever.
Yeah, but the jury can't do that. I don't think she specified. I don't remember hearing that she did. But somebody else might. But so far, they're going to be thinking, oh, well, the only other place that we know that there's glass is on the bumper. Well, that's not true, because it 100% is not the glass from the bumper. So I don't think she clarified where it was.
I don't know. Does it not say on the container?
No, that just said trace evidence or trace something.
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have.
So in the yard, I'm guessing. Let me pull up my diagram.
Broken irregular edges. If those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those.
Yeah, nope, I'm confused because we established that's 14 pieces, yet on this diagram, damn it, item 7-12, which is what she's talking about, is only 9 pieces, and they were from the yard, from Biomechanics, and 6 pieces matched the cup, 3 did not. So where is she getting 14 of them? And then Proctor's road glass, which she's not talking about right now, is 7-14. The ones on the bumper are 3
What is 7-Eleven?
Piece of plastic, 6 red, clear, and black.
Okay, so that's not it.
No.
What's 7-12? Nope, not 7-12. 7-13 is what's 7-13?
Pieces of plastic, red and black.
Okay, so.
And then 7-14 is a piece of glass. It's the one that Proctor found in the road.
Right, the one by himself.
Yes.
The 11th, I think it was.
And then, oh shit.
Hey, who dis? Hi, Travis.
That's the only.
Joanna, that's correct. 7-14 comes from Proctor when he's by himself, and it's the only piece of glass found at the crime scene or the alleged crime scene that matches a piece of glass from her bumper. But those 2 pieces of glass match nothing else.
Now, item 7-9 says pieces of glass, but it doesn't specify, and I don't see anything in this diagram that is 7-9, because all we have is 3-2, which is the cup, the base of the cup. 3-3, which is the 5 pieces of glass from the bumper. 7-12, which is the 9 pieces of yard glass. Oh, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Did they combine the yard and the bumper glass? 9 plus 5 is 14.
What number is the bumper glass?
3-3. But still, regardless,
it should still be marked on that container then if it's both.
Out of the 9 pieces in the yard and the 5 pieces on the bumper, and then Proctor's 1 piece, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 pieces don't belong to the cup. The only ones that belong to the cup are the 6 that were found in the yard. I don't know. Whatever. I don't like how she talks. Like, I wonder if she would do better with someone that's not Lally, like someone directly asking like a direct question. You know what I mean?
I just feel like she's not trained to testify. She shouldn't be
like
testifying.
The manager.
I know.
Of all the others.
Problem, because like that's like a requirement is that you can testify.
Yeah, she's like the manager of all the other ones that we've already heard from.
Items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match
for the cup? It should be A, B, C, D, F, and K if it's the same as last year.
Or item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
You better say the same thing or I quit.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
Thank God.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs, if you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 712 and item 3-2.
Marilyn Gumbo is seeking to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
You think Lally feels like emboldened today?
He's like, I get to go up there and
May I
show him.
publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514.
So I'm confused. Is there a piece of glass here and a piece of glass here? I'm confused.
It looks like it. Yeah.
So
it's just a really close up picture of the glass and how it fits together. You're just looking at it like super duper close, magnified by like 1,000.
So how does this look fit together?
Well, Menya and Lolly's cat. I can't. I don't
like.
Okay, so here we go. So this is what she's.
I mean,
okay.
her hand is behind it, so it's.
And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
All that tape.
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together.
Okay, now I see. I'm assuming this is the top of the glass, like where your mouth goes, and then I guess this is what we were looking at before, or maybe we were looking at like one of the. I just don't know. I
can't tell you that. I don't think that she'd have to. We'd have to be able to see the letters on which one was what.
They should have, like how somebody else color coded the taillight piece. Like she should have like colored each of these, colors or whatever. Cause like they don't really look that matched up to me, but I guess they wouldn't go on here at all if they weren't broken off of this, I'm assuming.
Well,
all that fucking tape.
Yeah.
I don't remember these pictures from last year.
I don't either.
Of item 3-2.
They used tape, Joanna. She just scotch taped it all over the place. Same with the taillight.
And
that's why the taillight was falling apart when Hartnett was trying to pull it out of the box. The tape doesn't last that long. And then it broke off into more pieces, but we're just not going to talk about that, I guess.
Several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520.
Where's the rest of the pieces?
And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items, just slightly rotated, of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this.
Also, what are the odds that the glass that they find, the 6 pieces out of the 14 they found, or 15 that they found, all those other ones don't match this at all, but she managed to get 6 pieces that are all the same exact spot, as opposed to like a piece right here that's missing, and she found that piece, and like a chip from right here that's missing. Like, why is it all this one side of the glass is the pieces that they found?
Screen, just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
Up in here.
So
exactly,
this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other 2 items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph.
That's exactly what he thought, Joanna. He is dumb.
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
I thought it was impossible.
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
That's
May I
Proctor's
approach
piece.
again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again-
the two screens don't match.
What a surprise. The screen she's seeing and the screen the jury's seeing are not the same. It's got me waiting for her. She's all that moment.
you.
I can totally see it all.
Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I was I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis with the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
So she says she didn't use piece E because of the size and the, what did she say? The size and the, I wrote a note on it. I can't even read my own fucking writing. The size and the variation is, what the hell did she say? Now I'm gonna have to go back and rewrite my own note. So she did not use piece E to compare to 3.2 or 712. Condition? Is that what it was? Oh yeah, it is condition. Now I can see it. Thank you. But she used it to compare to 714, but it wasn't good enough to compare to anything else. Is that not weird?
Yeah, it's weird. I also
why wouldn't she compare that piece E to 3.2 or 3.3, the other pieces in 3.3, or the pieces in 712?
I don't know. And I forgot that it wasn't a match and instead just looked like it could
It's
be
just consistent with.
Yeah, like the same type of glass, maybe.
I just don't understand why she used it for only comparing to the one and not comparing to the others. And then I have questions on 712. There's 3 pieces of 712 that did not match 3.2.
Right.
Well, do those 3 pieces match each other?
I don't think she said.
No, she doesn't say. Well, that's like my thing. It's like, do we care where any of this other stuff came from? Like, wouldn't that help?
You would think, unless they just couldn't be compared
to each other.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, she's saying like this that piece E can't be compared because of size and condition, yet she compares it to 714. I make that make sense.
I can't.
They're consistent with the glass in the road, which did not match the glass, the actual drinking glass. Right. Did not match glass in the yard. I should have said.
So, yeah. So the glass in the road doesn't match the glass in the yard. It doesn't match the bottom part of the glass. And it doesn't even technically match any of the pieces on the bumper either, except for one that she said looked like it had like consistent properties as the one that was in the road.
All right. So Kat's saying like physical match. She used the 2 bigger pieces for physical match, but not like either way. My question is, why isn't she comparing it to anything else though? Why are we only getting it compared to 714? Why don't we have it? It's not, we did test piece E and it's not consistent with any other piece of glass except for 714. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. I don't know. I just find that weird. Like, I think the way that it's being presented is odd. Why did I only look at a microscope at E and 714? Or did she look at all of them?
I think that's the case every time. Like, I think this stuff is just so shaky that it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just so, I don't know.
All right, you can play it. I was just trying to figure that out. And then I'll
Yeah,
just read my own notes. So.
I don't think it's possible. Yeah, the talking in numbers and stuff like is just fucking stupid to me. They should put up a.
Well, that's why I wrote it all down too. Because
Like,
I
if
was
you
like,
were ever going to use a chalk, it should have been for this. Like, don't
this
say
is what they
something
wanted to use the chalk for.
Yeah,
Was
like
her
don't
and the other
Val-
chick. Yeah.
Valley. Yeah. Like, say road, the road glass, the bumper glass, and then go down the letters if you have to, but or like make a diagram. I don't know.
Hopefully Jackson does.
Sorry, could you say that again?
In
You're right,
addition
Travis.
to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
In 3-1?
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
Hank is definitely a Slytherin.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce the minister.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
Lolly is absolutely
Yeah,
a
Public Honor.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
I thought she was dealing in glass.
Now,
She has to
the
do
other
18.18 still.
item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So
Less than
the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You can review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hamden, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more.
This was on his clothes.
And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Either the t-shirt or the long sleeve.
Yeah, because it's combined. So
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph. And when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, From your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
Well, the 2 minutes you want to see them, he could be finishing what he's doing.
Yeah, just let him fucking
All
do
right,
it.
to the court, please.
And now she's going to take a break anyway. No one else.
Follow me.
No, I need a fucking drink. We're taking a break. I've been sitting here for an hour. I'm done. I need alcohol.
It hasn't even been anymore.
She doesn't care. It's been a hard day for Bev.
What is this music that they're playing?
Who knows?
So now we're caught up again. For people who started super late, like, it's insane to me how many breaks we're taking.
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, she's like, I gotta go have a drink. I can't sit here any longer, Mr. Lally. You're annoying.
I can't believe he said he has 3 more minutes, and she's like, okay, well, I'm gonna talk to you for 2 of those minutes, and then we're gonna take a break. She like holds people.
So I have 2 minutes. I have like 2-3 minutes left. She's like,
Yeah.
I'll see you at sidebar.
It's almost like she doesn't want, like, she wants the day to be over and the defense not be able to do what they need to do.
She's like, I'm going through withdrawals on the stand. I need a shot, stat. And get me Dr. Wolf. I want to see him in my chambers.
He'd get here quicker if she'd hurry up and quit messing around. Oh, this is freaking me out.
All right, so should we look at Joanna's graphics that she made us?
Sure.
We asked and then we received.
Can you pull them up?
Yeah. She did this in Delphi and I loved it because it's just, you know, I love a good visual. I might be able to pull those up. Okay.
Lally and Company should be doing it. I cannot believe that she's on. I'm assuming this is lunch. Yeah,
Is it?
lunch. I mean, you got to
No.
Yeah.
She already had a half hour.
Yeah, they had a half hour last break, but I guess they're going to have another half hour.
Instead of just letting him finish for a couple minutes?
Yep. 3 minutes, literally.
Maybe she's not going to give him an afternoon break.
Sure.
And she'll be like, you know what? It's been a long day. We're still on track. I talked to the attorneys and everything is still on track or a little bit ahead of schedule. So we're just going to go ahead and take the afternoon off. And just remember, we have a half a day tomorrow and no court on Friday.
Yeah. And then no court on Monday. And we had a whole day.
And there's no court on Monday. Yeah. I forgot about Monday. It's a dang holiday.
And then we had that day off because somebody was sick.
Wait, we said an hour lunch. I don't know if I trust her because they already said a half hour lunch.
She said they were going to take abbreviated breaks and a 30-minute lunch because of taking forever this morning. So I'm wondering if Welcher's not here. And so now Hank has to stall because he knows he's not going to be here till tomorrow. See, if they do it that way, then what'll happen is Hank won't put Welcher on till tomorrow. And it's a half day. His director will take up the entire half day. And then the jury will have the rest of the day tomorrow, all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday, all day Monday to be thinking about Welcher's testimony.
That's exactly what he wants.
Yep.
Those fucking jurors are going to be out drinking. All right, hold on. I'm gonna grab a doctor.
I'm sure when we come back, we'll have an issue. When we come back after the holiday, there's no way these people are going to be with their families for the holiday, probably going to the beach, drinking and shit, and nobody's going to accidentally see something, or none of their family members or friends are going to talk about it and then have to say that they're a juror.
Christina Rex said an hour too.
Yeah, she's going to let Hank do that. That way, they won't do cross of Welch. He'll probably be the last witness for the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I don't think they have anybody else. After we look at this, or what? You know what? Why don't we look at that? We'll look at that. Let's see who else is on your list. Is there anybody else they're calling after Welcher? Because I think he's going to be it.
I mean, I doubt it. Not in their case in chief.
That's what I mean. Is there anybody else on the list that you think that needs to come up? Because I think Welcher's going to end it.
Yeah, no, I think Welcher's going to end it. The rest of the people are basically for rebuttal if he has to. Like the dog bite guy.
Dude, I read some motions concerning Dr. Welcher. It sounds like he did some kind of experiment where he painted the test subject blue or something like that.
I believe it.
We're not pulling out the pig DNA person. We're not going to have her come on, I guess, because unless it's a rebuttal thing, if they keep going with the dog situation.
Correct.
Really sounds like they're hitting on Higgins and Proctor and the Albert connections. And that Albert's connected to Higgins, Albert's connected to Proctor, and all of them are connected to obviously the investigation and a cover-up. And I feel like they're going that way more than they're going with the dog. They kind of threw a little bit about the dog out there, like, you know, where was the dog during with Jen McCabe's? But I don't know. I feel like they kind of let that go.
Well, that could have also been used to show that, like, supposedly there's a dog that lives there. How credible is their testimony and what she remembers, doesn't remember. She doesn't remember a dog when she busted in these people's houses early in the morning in the dark.
Yep. And there's no dog barking that's going to wake up everybody when all this stuff's going on outside.
Right.
So I don't know. I mean, they talked to Bukaki about the fact that she's now Cora, and you know, but are they leaving that just with the fact that they do shitty investigations? You know, yeah. Dr. Welker's PowerPoint is like 146 slides. That doesn't surprise me either. Is there seriously a pig DNA person? Well, yes. The swabs from the arm of the shirt are sent to UC Davis, where they test it for it's tested for animal DNA, and it comes out that it's pig. So a lot of people think, okay, it could still be like there's a, you know, pig ears and all kinds of dog treats and dog food that's made from stuff, you know, with having to do with pigs. So, okay, so Joanna took all the testimony from Maureen Hartnett. Did you take it? Was anybody else, or was it just Hartnett? No, it was Hartnett and what's his name? No. Porto made us the graph. So John is in green, unknown DNA is in red, and the pig DNA is in blue. And the other thing they have not brought up at all, which is weird, is his boxers with the vomit.
Yeah, I don't remember them bringing it up at all. But then again, we also don't know about his socks either.
It's true. T, have they ever matched unknown DNA to the other unknown DNA, or just a number profile per item? That was one of my questions, is nobody testified on whether this unknown DNA matched each other. So they did ask, I think both actually, if they had the samples from, if anybody had ever gotten a sample from Brian Albert, if anybody had ever gotten a sample from Kevin Albert, if anybody had ever gotten a sample from, who else was there? There was a couple of them.
Brian
and
Higgins.
they all said no, Higgins. But nobody ever testified on whether all these red spots are from the same person, which I think would be, I thought the same thing in the Delphi case. Like, do we know if the unknowns are the same unknowns, or are they unknown?
Well, he says it. He does say it. He says like two unknown, unrelated, and like he says two unknown.
Well, yeah, but I mean, so are those? But okay, so this spot is John O'Keefe and two unknown.
Right. That would mean that they found two different profiles.
Right, but does this spot match the red on the pants? Does this match this? Is this match this? You see, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, do we know that at least? Are these from the same contributor? So we have two unknowns, but is it really 16 unknowns? Right. Or is it really two unknowns when you look at the picture as a whole? I always want to know that, and they don't ever seem to care.
I think just in general, we seem to care a little more than all these places.
That's true. So it's not surprising that there's unknown DNA on some of the outer parts of his clothing, in my opinion. I mean, he's out all day. And they're not testing it against all these other people that he was even out with. You know, we see him hugging people. We see him, you know, touching people. We see people shaking hands with him. I mean, I'm not surprised that there is.
Did they mention that they found any under his fingernails?
No, it's just his under his fingernails.
Okay.
So yeah, so John's fingernail clippings is just John. So here's her other one. So John's still green, unknown still red. So the drinking glass also not uncommon. You have the bartender, the bar back, you know, you have different people that are touching this glass. So I'm not surprised by there being unknown there. The tail light, there's two unknowns and John. And then the hair, you put it as John's, which I could see why you did that, but I don't, because it's not unknown. But I almost think, Joanna, that this might be like a different shade of green, just because it could be anybody. It could be all the niece, nephew, really the nephew, because I think they're going with it. It's male. The nephew, Paul. Paul doesn't have hair, but it could be from somewhere else. Right. Yeah, so I think like maybe a shade of green. I don't know. Just my thought.
So, but these are perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. I thank you so much for doing these for us. I'm very, very happy. Very, very, very happy. Okay. So, multiple people are saying that it's an hour lunch. I don't know. I guess, do you want to go back to Proctor then? I mean, we can easily do that. Was the piece that sticks out on the flagpole that you wrap the string around tested and compared to the head wound? No. No, they didn't do anything there. What?
I know exactly what piece they're talking about.
Yeah, no, nothing. I don't think anything was tested there. The fire hydrant, nothing.
None of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I say we go back to Proctor. That's my thought. If you guys want these, she's put in the criminality Karen Reed chat. She's also posted these on Twitter. I've shared it. I think Sleuthie shared it too. She also put her spreadsheet up on Twitter. I shared that, and I think Sleuthie shared that too. So then, Joanna, I haven't even looked at my messages. Did you get my message about the other piece or no?
Who?
Oh, Joanna. I was at the my daughter's award ceremony last night, and my signal was going on. I'm like messaging all of you guys, and then like nothing's going through. And then I'm like, son of a bitch, I sent a ton of messages because I was just sitting there, like we were sitting out in the sun. It was so hot, I was so miserable. And I was like, nothing is going through to you guys. I'm like, can you guys see me? Do you see me? Am I here?
I saw one message in the group chat of you saying something like, my service is terrible, signal terrible.
Yeah. So like I walked to the other side of where we were having the awards, like I walked from one side to the other, and I was like, okay, now this seems to be better. You guys were getting my messages again. But like everything I'd sent to Joanna, everything I'd sent in the Karen Reed chat, like nothing. I was like, I'm not fucking typing all that shit again. This is annoying. Stupid. I hate it. So, but she did get her medal. I mean, they call it an award, but it's actually a medal. All right, let me take this down.
It's been 30 minutes, so we still have another 30 minutes at least.
Oh, I mean, what else do you want to talk about? We can talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Talk about how I'm going to make my my objection paddles like Lolly.
No.
One's gonna say. Oh, we did that at the same time. One's gonna say wrong, and one's gonna say objection.
We can keep listening. Why is this not okay? Because we literally just got to the texts. Well, we skipped, obviously.
I was like, dang, you guys got far.
No, we skipped because, like, really, they're the worst part of it. That is the third whack job? No.
Chupacabra. Says Goosie.
Chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna play it. I forgot how much, like.
You don't like this guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So before you play this, I was gonna say this earlier, but I was driving and I couldn't type it. Did you guys? So if anybody's kind of familiar with what's like the whole Massachusetts situation, there's another big case that Proctor was working on, and it's Brian Walsh and the disappearance of Brian Walsh's wife, Anna Walsh. Anna Walsh has not been found. And so now, obviously, with everything Proctor related and just the Massachusetts State Police in general, that defense team is going crazy. And now they're talking about the fact that because one of the major things that's in that case is Brian Walsh's Google searches. They're fucking crazy. And now the defense team is talking about how the Celebrite stuff is all wrong and they shouldn't be able to use any of these Google searches, and they want it all thrown out. And they're basing that on the fact that we now have Ian Whiffen from Celebrite coming into the Karen Reed case and saying shit's wrong.
Yep. And they were Google searches and all the timestamps associated with them, which They have a point because Ian did sit there, and so did Jessica Hyde, sat there and told us that basically none of the Google searches. Well, I guess some of them did. The only one that didn't happen when it says that she did was the one at 227. Like the rest of them all were correct. It's just that one wasn't correct.
Just that one wasn't correct. But I mean, now that Celebrite's changing their coding to actually create different, information or lack of the information it used to, that case is going to be a disaster. That case is going to be a disaster.
That's the thing.
Is Bev still the judge on that case? Because Bev was the judge on that case too, and I don't know if she still is actually.
I haven't seen her on it. I've seen other guy judges, but that's the problem. Like this stuff doesn't just affect this one case. You know what I mean? So like if they fucked around and they're trying to cover for Jen McCabe, well, now they're putting other cases at risk.
Right.
You know what I mean? It doesn't just affect Jennifer McCabe. So. And they're going to need those Google searches. Brian Walsh's.
Or Brian Walsh, 100%.
So.
But, I mean, we're setting a precedent here in Massachusetts trying to say that this shit's not even accurate.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was like. Anybody who was put away and Google searches were a main part of their prosecution, I'd be having an attorney look at that after this testimony.
I mean, even phone calls. Look at the sheer number of phone calls in this case that people just say, oh, I know it says that I made that call, or I know it says I talked to that person, but I didn't. It's wrong. So even phone calls, you're saying are not reliable.
Right.
No. The whole mess. I'm ready for this to be over. Can you imagine if she gets found guilty?
Oh God. I don't know. It's so hard to tell because you could never tell what the jury's thinking anyway, but I have no idea what this jury sees and what they don't see because I have so much other shit in my brain that I'm like, I can't in good conscience look at this like a juror on this case because there's just so much.
I've seen
but
other
they very well could find her guilty on, at least I don't think they'll get her on count 1, but maybe count 2 or one of the lesser includeds.
That's still crazy to me.
Yeah.
Especially if Arca comes in here again and says he wasn't hit by a car.
Right.
So.
All right, we'll play more Proctor, and then I'm gonna go run. I gotta go do something real quick, and then I'll be right back.
Okay. This bald bastard.
Police officers and to set up a conference room where those interviews could be conducted. Obviously, the presence of Canton detectives or any police officers were not going to be sitting in on these interviews. Another communication was to inquire of relevant security videos that are in the area. Their local department, they know the area very well, so I had reached out and asked if there's some good cameras in the area that I had of kind of interest in.
I'm showing you another document, just asking if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be, sir?
Text communications between my sister and I.
That's your sister, Courtney, is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big meeting.
And similar to what I'd asked you about the prior packet, as far as a first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, what is indicated on this first?
First message sent, date, time, December 10th, 2021 at 9:33 p.m. Last message sent, 8:30, 2022 at 8:48 p.m.
And 8:30, that's August 30th, is that correct?
I'm sorry, yes, August 30th, 2022.
And similarly to the other messages, is there an indication as far as how many number of messages were sent between yourself and your sister over that time period?
2,865.
And fair to say that the documents in front of you do not contain 2,865 messages?
Correct.
Now, just in reference to the first message on page 2662, the first page in this packet, do you see that from December 10th of 2021 at approximately 9:33 p.m.?
Yes.
And what does that indicate?
A text message from my sister.
And what does it say?
I called earlier, Dolph earlier, and Mom was puking in the background.
And do you recall what that was in regard to?
From the sounds of it, my mother had the stomach bug.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2667. And these are text messages from January 29th, 2022, between yourself and your sister Courtney.
Correct.
And if you could read from the top of the page through the end, and please indicate to the jury as far as who's talking and who's saying what.
So I texted my sister at work, "What's up?" She responds, "What? Why?" I respond, "I just found it frozen to death on a front lawn in Canton this morning. Actually just interviewed Jen McCabe, said she knows you."
And the knows you, who are you referring to?
My sister.
And how did your sister respond to that?
Cut the shit. I responded, "You." There was a typo correction with my response to you. She responded, "Yeah, she knows Jack very well. She's really good friends with Julie." My sister continues on. Her sister is married to Brian Albert. My sister asks, "You still working?" ? I says, yeah, going to be out for a while. Homicide.
And as far as your answers to those questions, or as far as your communications that you had with your sister at this time on the afternoon of January 29th, what were those in regard to, or why were you communicating that to your sister?
At that time, it was just kind of in the news. I was just kind of letting her know I was out working. She didn't share anything specific. I wouldn't share anything specific on cases with my family or anyone. It was just kind of an overall innocent conversation.
Now, turning your attention to the next page, 2669. Again, if you could read from that page as far as who was talking and what the...
Well, we know that's a lie because we literally just listened to you reading text messages with your group of friends, and you're sharing John O'Keefe, the victim's Facebook page, and telling them details of stuff. So you're lying already.
Content is.
All right. My sister starts off, "The Canton thing is a homicide." I respond, "This is at 3 in the afternoon on the 29th. Don't say a word to anyone." She said, "Of course not." I respond, "In the very least, it's suspicious." She responds, "This is your livelihood." And then I would never miss with that. 3:07, I respond, "Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them."
I'd like to direct your attention to page 2672. These are messages from February 1st, 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the one at the top starts about February 1st, 5:57 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read through as far as who's speaking and what the content of those messages are.
I texted my sister, "What's up?" She responded, "Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift." And I respond, "Get Elizabeth one." Elizabeth's my wife. And my sister responds, "Because I guess her and Chris were friends with John, and she's so proud of you for leading this." And then she writes, "Elizabeth ? I respond with, "She's been stuck with the kids for the last 10 nights. My sister responded with, "Yeah, but she knew what life is like married to a cop."
And sir, as far as the gift that's mentioned, as far as Julie Albert, is that anything that you have received at any point in time?
I never received a gift. I never asked for a gift. My wife never received a gift. She never asked for a gift.
But you did, because you said get Elizabeth one.
How would you describe this context of this conversation, or why that's being discussed at this time?
Again, I don't know the thought process of my sister and Julie as far as bringing that idea of a gift into play. Like I said, I didn't ask for one. I never received one. The same with my wife.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2676. And again, if I could ask you to start at the top of the page and read through and just indicate as far as who is saying, who is speaking and what they're talking.
I start out, we write like 8 to 12 warrants on each case. My sister responded, no, I have no idea what the hell you do or how it works. I responded on the 10th at 7:36 p.m. I'm starving, but I also just want to go home. Thanks, though. My sister responds, yeah, but is dinner going to be waiting? She responded with, ha, ha, ha. And then I responded, yep. And then my sister responded with, okay, it's fine. Mom and I just don't want to go home.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Another document, sir, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is private messages between my wife and I.
Again, what is your wife's name?
Elizabeth.
And what, if anything, does that indicate as far as dates and times and number of messages involved?
Okay, so the first message sent 5/20/2022 at 6:19 p.m. The last message sent 8/31/2022 at 9:16 p.m.
And what, if any, indication does it give as far as number of messages within that text chain?
1,632.
And of those 1,162, there's one message that's listed on that. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time of that message, and what does it say, and who's speaking?
This is me speaking on June 9th, 2022 at 4:56 p.m. I text my wife waiting to lock this whack job up.
And what are you?
That would be Karen Reed after they'd already arrested her once, but then indicted her on upgraded charges.
Referring to in that text, sir?
I'm referring to the arrest after Ms. Reed was indicted by the grand jury.
And again, as far as the terminology that you use in that text message to your wife, why is it?
Again, unprofessional messages I should not have sent. I don't have an explanation other than they're regrettable and it's something I'm not proud of, the language I used.
May I approach to retrieve your own?
Yes.
Now, Trooper Proctor, you're familiar with conversations that within the same text communications from your personal phone with colleagues of yours at the state police?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So we've heard some of these this trial, but not all of them.
Vivid City Gear has all the looks you need to make a statement this spring.
You went on the document, sir. Before I get into that, though, if I could turn your attention back to some of the comments on the language used in the January 29th and February 1st or 2nd text communications among your friend group. With reference to that particular time frame and the language that you used, what sort of information had you gathered to that point, and why would you say or use that particular language in your, particularly in your descriptions of the defendant?
So this is, 16, 18 hours later, and I conducted multiple interviews.
Speak up.
Conducted multiple interviews. We knew Mr. O'Keefe never went into Fairview Road. We knew there was one shoe at the scene, one shoe at the hospital. Mr. O'Keefe's, based off Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, Miss Reed's statements when Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed her, her broken taillight, the missing taillight, some taillight pieces found at the scene, the compelling evidence pointing directly at Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle led me to make those comments. Whether, like I said, they weren't professional comments, but based on the day's investigation, it was clear that Miss Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Sir, if I could turn your attention
Here to
to
the
the
Emmy.
documents before you, do you recognize those?
I do.
And as far as the participants in that particular conversation, who are the participants listed there?
It's Trooper David DeChico and myself.
And Trooper DeChico and yourself both work within the same unit with the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And beyond the professional relationship you have with yourself, between yourself and Trooper DeChico, how would you characterize your relationship, generally speaking?
We're buddies, we golf together, hang outside of work, our kids play together. So I'd say, we're friends.
Now, within the, again, as far as the first message sent, date and time, and last message sent, date and time within this conversation, if you could describe that for the jury.
First message sent, date and time, March 17th, 2022, 11:08 a.m. Last message sent, date and time, August 18th, 2022, 6:08 a.m.
And again, the number of messages listed within this text chain?
87.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain 87 text messages, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, just in general terms, if you have an opportunity to just look at the first couple pages there, fair to say those are just sort of jokes that you have going back and forth between yourself and Trooper DeChico. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention specifically to page 2632. And these are text messages starting on April 28th, 2022 at 10:52 in the morning. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the time again, sir?
April 28th, 2022, 10:52 a.m.
Yes, correct.
And again, sir, with reference to...
She was here. Did she leave us? She hadn't heard these. Oh, 149, she commented.
This page, if you could read the content to the jury and please indicate whom is speaking at each respective times.
Okay. I start out without a doubt. He's got diarrhea of the mouth too. Trooper DeChico, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. I respond, Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. Trooper DeChico responds, not good enough, should have had me or Jeff do it. I respond, if you two did it, she would have made it accidental or natural causes.
And can you explain the context of those communications or what exactly is it that you and Trooper DeChico are talking about in that communication?
Okay, so the ME is the medical examiner. They conducted the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe. I guess I'll address the conference calls Sergeant Biomechanics and I had with the medical examiner. The doctor had some questions as to the facts and evidence, kind of what had transpired, which is common. Even if it's a homicide, I've had many calls with the medical examiner's office, even if it's a suicide or overdose. Always with a homicide, the doctor wants to know what transpired. Trooper DeChico and myself, we kind of like to bust each other's chops, go back and forth. So that's what he meant by saying, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination. The original determination came back.
Sustained. Next question, Mr. Riley.
Now, as far as attending the autopsy, is that something that typically someone within your office would do, within your unit would do with regard to any sort of death investigation?
Yes.
And do you know who attended the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe in this specific case?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
And so as far as Trooper DeChico's reference to you not going in or Sergeant Biomechanics not going in, is that what you believe Trooper DeChico was referring to in that message?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You indicated that you and Trooper DeChico bust each other's chops. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you describe a little more, expound upon that as far as the nature of your relationship and sort of the text messages that you exchange in this and then other communications that you have?
Basically just, kind of needling each other, and him doing that is by saying, texting me, rookie move, not going into meeting with the medical examiner. So that's a perfect example of him kind of just needling me, which we do on a daily basis.
And as far as your interpretation of that, did you interpret that as a serious comment or something said in jest?
I interpreted that as a typical joke from Trooper DeChico.
Now, may I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
Showing you another document, asking if you recognize that.
Yes.
You recognize that to be?
Text messages between myself and Trooper DeChico.
And again, what is the first message sent, date and time, last message sent, date and time, and number of messages contained therein?
First message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022 at 1:09 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, April 28th, 2022, 4:45 p.m.
And the number of messages, sir?
4.
And if you could read the contents of those messages contained therein. Please indicate who's speaking.
So I start out, of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job. Trooper DeChico responds, "Dear God, WTF, what the hell is inconclusive about the whole thing?"
And as far as your indication there, as far as she was a whack job, who are you referring to there?
Miss Reed.
Now, as far as the undetermined or what you're talking about, what is sort of the content or the context of this conversation?
That would be the manner of death was determined to be undetermined by the medical examiner's office.
And so I ask you again, as far as your reference there in the bottom of the first page, as far as she was a whack job, whom do you believe you're referring to there?
Again,
Reed or the medical examiner?
Miss Reed.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
They're handing you another set of documents. View those, look up when you're finished. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread between myself, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Kokowski.
And Trooper Koskowski is another trooper within your unit in the state police, is that correct?
Yes.
And again, if you could read from the first message sent, date and time, and the last message sent, date and time.
First message sent, date and time, 5/24/2022, 9:21 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/24/2022, 4:56 p.m.
And as far as the number of messages indicated within this text chain between yourself, Trooper Kokowski, and Trooper DeChico?
494.
Fair to say the documents before you do not contain 494 text messages, correct?
Correct.
Just in reference to that first page, 2635, first message sent, that's May 24th, 2022, around 9:21 p.m., is that correct?
Yes.
And that's a message sent from Trooper Koskowski, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is that?
Appears to be a picture of a toy Santa Claus.
Now, sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2644. If I could direct you to the bottom of the page, sir, you see the text from yourself at June 9th, 2022 at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
Very bottom of the page. And Your Honor, may I approach just to point it out?
Hi, my name is Paul Servas, president of Barkeeper's Friend. Made in Indianapolis since 1882. My family's the...
Yes.
Yeah, I see it, sir. Okay.
If you could read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to? Read what you wrote on June 9th, 2022, around that time, sir.
If you like women who shit themselves.
And again, sir, what is it that you're referring to there?
again, a regrettable comment I made about Miss Reed's medical condition.
Now, if I could
I knew Lacey would be back.
direct you to the following page, 2645. And again, if you could read from that page as far as who is, and indicate to the jury who is speaking and what is being said on page 2645.
I'm speaking right now. The statement she made tonight at 8/7 was mental. Thank Christ it was on BWC, which is body worn camera. Trooper Kukowski responds, "That's her. Smoke." Trooper Kukowski again, "What'd she say?" I respond, "Said the Alberts beat the shit out of O'Keefe, left him for dead, and that's why her taillight was cracked. She's gross." Trooper DeChico, "Oh, fuck her, bitch."
So with reference to that last bit, as far as June 9th, 2022, what was going on that day in reference to
She does
to
like
this matter again?
Miss Reed was being processed at the Milton Barracks.
Thank you. Can we give another set of documents to recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Another text thread with members from my office, troopers.
Yeah, DeChico still has a job.
And who are the troopers that are listed within that?
Trooper Chris Moore, Trooper Jeff Kukowski, Lieutenant John Fanning, Trooper Dave DeChico, and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan.
And what is the first message sent, date and time?
That would be 5/26/2022 at 8:19 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, 8/26/2022, 5:36 p.m.
And what is listed as far as the number of messages within this chain?
651.
And fair to say the documents before you do not contain all 651 of those messages within this chain, is that correct?
Correct.
Sir, if I could direct your attention to page 2682. You see a message sent from Trooper DeChico on August 17th, 2022 at 9:42 p.m.
Yes.
And is that an image contained on the next page, which is 2683?
Yes, it is.
And what is the image of?
That is a picture of Mr. Yannetti, appears to be from quite some time ago.
Now turning your attention to the next page, 2684. And there's a response from you, August 17th, 2022 at 9:44 p.m. Is that correct?
Sorry, so go with the date and time again, please.
Sure. Page 2684, 8/17/2022, 9:44 p.m.
Yes,
You see there's like sort of three responses from you.
I have you now.
If you could just read the three responses from yourself, sir.
Okay, so these came from me. Funny, I'm going through his retarded client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Now, with reference to the investigation at this point, when you're talking about his client's phone, who are you referring to?
Miss Reed.
And with regards to the phone at that point, can you describe for the jury sort of what's going on during this time period of August 17th, 2022 in regard to Ms. Reed's phone?
So after obtaining a search warrant for Miss Reed's phone, we weren't able to extract any data from it until August of 2023. Troopers in my office knew I was going through the phone that evening. I was most interested in location data, text messages, Google searches. That was the update I gave the troopers in the office. It was a distasteful joke. I should have gave a proper update instead of that. I wasn't able to go through the phone as thoroughly as possible because I came across some a text between an attorney and Ms. Reed, so I had to stop going through her phone, and I made my supervisor aware of those communications.
Now, just in reference to what you had just said, this is in August of 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
So after a search warrant is obtained for the defendant's phone, where did it go? You indicated you gave it to Trooper Garino, and where did it go from there?
Trooper Garino essentially hooks it up to a device called Gray Key, where it tries every possible combination passcodes in order to access the data contained in the phone.
And at that time, when you retrieved it pursuant to the search warrant, you didn't have the passcode to the defendant's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
So that device is designed to sort of go through numbers and try to find a combination to get into the phone, correct?
Correct.
And so from the time that you had seized it in late January or on January 29th, 2022, until this date in August of 2022, had you been able to get into the phone or see anything in the phone in those intervening months or 7 months between January and August?
No.
And so then at this time that you're sending this text message in August of 2022, is that around the time that you were first able to access the phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, that was the first time we were able to have access to the phone.
And with reference to your access to the phone, were you looking for nudes or anything like that in regard to the defendant?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Like I stated, I was most interested in Miss Reed's location data, text communications, Google searches, things of that nature. More evidence contained within the phone.
And so, sir, you mentioned at some point you came across some information that caused you to sort of freeze your looking through the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so as far as that specific time period in August of 2022, when was the next time that you or any troopers from your office were able to actually look at any extraction of the defendant's phone?
So once I came across that text communication that took place on the 29th between Ms. Reed and an attorney, the phone had to be sent off to what they call a taint team to remove any attorney-client privilege information from the phone, and then it would be returned to us, as well as defense received a copy of that as well. I'm not positive on the time. It was quite a long turnaround for that process to be completed.
Sometime at least in the spring or summer of 2023. Does that sound about right?
That sounds about right.
May I approach to retrieve, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
All right. So I'm going to see you at sidebar so I don't interrupt your cross.
All right. Oh, wait, shit. So we're on cross. I was already watching this.
Are you a full stack marketer spending all day switching between platforms? Now with SEMrush.
Nah.
Super Proctor, in the summer of 2022, August 17th specifically, you were sitting at your desk, presumably alone at your office, at about 10 p.m. at night, going through my client's personal cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. There's movement.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So we're back to the current trial, in case you're
And we're
wondering.
back.
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
showing you 3 documents. If you could review those with Dr. Finish, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or you in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
Sorry. The top,
Sorry, that's okay.
The hell was that music?
What is he playing?
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story.
Tammy, no way!
When I'm comparing
Hold on, pause it. Is it empty? I need to know if it's empty, Tammy. Is it empty? Is it anything new?
I was going to say that it's probably not empty, but does it have anything different?
It has like 3 things on it or whatever. Tammy, I'm excited.
We're all waiting, and she probably went and plugged in her computer somewhere. It's not even sitting here anymore.
Hey, get your ass back here. We need to know things. Sounds like a Delphi Live.
I'll be shocked if there's anything new. Don't know yet.
Damn it. All right.
Annoying.
You sound a little sick.
I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if.
Why does this look so blurry? Is it me?
No, it looks blurry on my end too.
Oh, okay.
If they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides
Seem like she's in pain to anybody else?
information.
She's sweating.
Yeah, it's like she like sounds like she's in pain.
Of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. I have no
I thought you were saying that she's stressed because she needs to go to the plant sale next door. So she's all stressed about it. Vern's mom would get it.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago.
She doesn't remember or care.
She's like, I don't know. I don't want to talk about
First
this.
things first, you were just talking about
I got a
some
fancy
plastic
alligator
pieces
too.
in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18. I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay.
I was gonna say, why does everyone want to?
I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit. I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, can we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
No.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you?
Yeah.
Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
She ain't gonna find in there that there's any glass in there. So
I feel like she'd be like a hot for teacher. Like she could take off her glasses and throw out her hair and get on a stripper pole. And I think she'd have a different personality.
maybe that's why she sounds like she's in pain. She's like trying to keep herself professional.
Right. She's like, I just want to dance for you. Don't you want to dance? Say you want to dance. Don't you want to dance?
Come on, Christina. Jeez Louise.
So I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
No.
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a
Girl.
Correct.
You'd have seen blood or something consistent with blood on clear plastic and glass.
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not. Because you didn't see anything. You
No.
suggested that, right?
Correct. Moving on.
I think I just made note. I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
No.
But not biological material.
I did not know anything that would be maybe
notes.
consistent with that.
Great.
What?
Thank you.
She's
I
making
want
this
to talk about the
very hard to get out.
comparison.
That's what I'm saying. It's like she's having to choke the words out, like she's physically in pain.
Yeah, look how red her hand is.
It's like, just say the answers. Like, I feel like this is someone who has too much internal dialogue.
Yeah, probably.
Like, she's trying to think of the perfect way to answer instead of just, it could just said correct. I didn't see nothing there that looked like it might be blood. I mean, I feel like a layperson could say that. No, on this clear plastic and clear glass, I did not see
any biological. If there was anything like that, it would have been sent off for testing.
Right.
So, no, there's nothing like that.
Comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Thank
I
God.
knew I liked him.
Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14.
No, use words, not numbers.
3-2, 3-3, 7-12,
No.
7-14.
No.
Talk about them in those.
I think he's going to break it down.
Sure.
Okay.
Please use words.
3-2 was the cup.
Thank
correct?
God.
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons.
Praise
You
be.
get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
3-2.
Item 3-2.
Great.
Hell yes.
3-3 are the 5 items
On the bumper.
found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
We're going to
Yes.
call them bumper.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items
from the yard,
glass items that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan.
Bukkake.
In an evidence envelope, correct?
Yep.
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive
Bukkake.
the items in along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay.
Man, he's trying to help us all, including you. Bumper, cup, yard, road. 4 categories. That's where we're at. Let him do it.
And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category.
Yard.
Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope?
Yeah, it should have said.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second. But fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves,
we didn't go
I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you
That's
please?
only 8. That's only 8. Why wouldn't we take the letters in order? I'm gonna tell you, I bet you I find it before she does. It's a race. It's a race.
So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled
E-I-L.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great.
Yes.
And then finally,
Oh, Peggy is back.
what was in 714, that's an easy one.
Right.
1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
That's the suspicious piece. We're fixing to leave in an hour and a half.
If I could, Ms. Hanlon, then hand
Why
you
did anybody even bother coming in today?
That should be 2 photographs.
I probably won't even take that long. They're going to leave after her, I bet you.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Hank's going to be like, Dr. Welcher's going to be a lengthy testimony, so maybe we should wait till the morning.
It's been a long day, Judge. It's been a long day.
Sure.
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So.
Ma'am, let him help us.
I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen
Yeah.
that photo.
Use your eyes.
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay.
Like, I want to see what.
I don't know.
Jim, where are my exhibits, Jim?
Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
Oh, my
Looks like
packages.
Yeah.
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And
Nobody's
items that
fucking
are
asking you if you took it.
Plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking
The
about.
one
Oh,
under the red tape.
yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
Oh, movie date's not there again.
What?
Movie date.
So I think
Not there.
Movie date.
Yeah, one that John went to the movies with for like one time.
Oh,
years ago.
that one time, like 2 decades ago.
Yeah, and she wasn't there yesterday. Remember, we said her husband probably told her.
Oh, must have put an end to it.
Yeah, she's not there again.
Finally reined her in, did he?
He's like, bitch, you making me look like a fool on the internet. Get your ass home.
They probably
Maybe-
went on vacation for the holiday.
Oh, maybe.
Oh shit, she been gotten. She
He's
been
like,
what did they say? What did what's this say about Summer? She got gone.
She got gone.
Yeah.
She got gone. Don't know how. She got gone.
What happened to G? G who?
Who's G?
Oh, the letters, right? That's what I'm saying. Why didn't you go in order? They did. So the yard pieces A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H is missing too, girl. I, L, K, or K, L. J's missing too. Like, why did we go out of order?
Where's
that label.
Ma'am, just let him show us the diagrams.
Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Ugh.
Really?
Just stipulate to it. This is what they are. This
Why does she
fucking
look-
thing is going to take forever.
Why does she look like Bukkake?
I don't know. She's been there a lot. I don't know who she is though.
Why is Carl, first of all, Carl always looks angry.
He is angry.
His wife, who also always looks angry, is gone. And then here's these randos again. Like, I swear to God, these people are being paid off the street to come sit to just look like this box is full. I mean, I see her all the time. She looks so familiar, but I I
Yeah,
don't.
she's been there a couple times. Somebody said she was like a cousin, I think, like one of the first days of trial.
Oh yeah, I remember that. We were like, "What is that?" We thought maybe it was somebody, and then I asked Aiden, and he said it's a cousin.
Somebody thought it was Sullivan, and we were like, no, it's not a Sullivan.
Correct. Yeah.
But the girl to the right with the curly hair, she's there a lot. I don't know who she is. Maybe she's just another cousin or something.
She's been here a lot since the
kids testified.
Yeah, and so that's why I thought maybe that was her. Like she's done testified, so now she's allowed to sit in there or whatever. But she looks not right now. This view of her, she's too old.
Yeah, that doesn't look anything like the girl in the pictures. I don't think. I mean, even if she's aged from those pictures.
God, are they about to leave for the day? Oh God, she about to release everybody.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of her. I can't believe this is taking 2 days of testimony for a freaking cup.
What?
That's what Joanna said. I can't believe it's taking 2 freaking days of testimony for a freaking cup.
That's what I'm saying.
They're not. No, they don't leave. Court's still going right now. I already checked. They're not gone.
Man, I hate having to do nurse math. Like once I've already done it and then I have to do it again, I'm annoyed. Oh, maybe well,
You should be able to fast forward.
bitch, I'm already live. I already did.
You can't be live.
I was.
I'm live. And you're not.
A little easier.
Here,
Even though
look.
we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
I know what she's saying, but I can't tell you.
A trooper's name in the middle of that. What I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Cocky or Proctor?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo.
Yes, yeah.
That's all I need.
You know what's funny? If this was us in person, like right now, we can see. And so I'm sitting here like, please just cooperate. This is not a trick. We just want to be able to make this make sense for everybody. But in the moment, she probably thinks he's trying to trick me. He's trying to trick me.
I got to pay attention to what he's saying because he's going to trick me and I'm going to say something wrong.
Like, do you think we would be thinking that too? Like, you think if we were her, we would be thinking that? Probably, right?
I would probably, yeah. All right, well, live now, they're at another sidebar already. So
Stop it.
No.
Like, even if he says, and it's so funny because sometimes they'll say, I'm not trying to trick you. And it's like, well, you would say that if you were or weren't trying to trick me. So you're trying to trick me.
You're trying to trick me. And yes, Indiana girl, they all stayed just one switch seats.
Take a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
Sidebar, she's going to send everyone home.
Actually, a little hard to read. It looks like it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14.
Yes.
Our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. Finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the 4 categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing.
Yeah.
3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchnick glass, correct?
Oh, he should have said yard.
You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay.
He wants it to be.
7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
I think she would be more inclined. I think she'd be more inclined to be willing to go with yard and road glass rather than Buchanan and Proctor because she don't know those things. She has
Well, that's
already.
why he had her look at the pictures so that she does know it. So now when he references it, she knows what he's talking about. That's why she had to look at those photos.
Yeah, but now she's going to get confused because she probably been calling it the yard and the road glass.
No, she's been calling it the numbers.
I don't know why anybody would do that. He did put 34 Fairview on the bag. Oh, maybe even the road, maybe the yard and the road just say 34 Fairview on them. So maybe that wouldn't matter anyway. Where'd she get this plastic? Oh, the debris from the shirt. Never mind. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So our 4 categories.
No plastic in the taillight.
No glass in the taillight.
No glass. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
So we have 4 categories: Buchanan, Proctor, glass, bumper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
I hope someone says Bukkake.
Yeah.
Oh, she is not happy
yes.
with that.
No, I just.
She's uncomfortable with that.
I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to.
Oh, that's not an option.
Stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Yeah, that's not an option.
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with court permission.
Okay. Did she say, can you say both?
She's nuts, man.
Is that what she said, though? I don't even know if that's what she said.
I'd like you to take a look at that. I would like to approach any way that you wish. My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure.
Oh, she did. He said, my brain will melt if we continue it that way. And she said, could you do both?
Yeah.
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document
want
that I would like to approach with, if I could, with court permission. Okay. Thank you.
That overcomplicates literally everything. So now we can't even do it one way or the other. We got to do it both.
I'd like you to take a look at that.
He gives me options.
Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the.
This is it.
Who knew this was going to be like the longest? I feel like this went pretty quick last year. Yeah, I'm with Indiana, girl. I don't understand it either. But then again, my brain doesn't work. My brain works way faster than that, like, which is not great. So maybe normal brains process things the way hers does. Taillight should be called poly. Yeah, I agree. Keep it separated from glass. Really, calling it plastic, I don't even think they should do that either, since they have that weird plastic lid too that's unrelated. Oh, yeah, I mean, I agree we shouldn't be here either, but here we are. Move this open.
You're not live still.
How is this possible?
I think I gave
Oh,
that I was using. I need a copy. So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
Is it KKK for ID?
don't love that. Also, why's it gotta be sets of
If
three?
I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this.
Hi, Cup, you. Welcome.
Do you recognize something on the left? Looking at the first category. Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
Cup.
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent.
Oh my God, they make her a key.
Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
That would be the bumper.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Have we not
Yes.
established this
Appears to be
already?
of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
No, she needs a
Take
key.
that picture.
I did
Gave
not.
her pictures.
This is the key.
Okay, let's look down beneath it.
Oh,
You
God.
indicated that there were 5 items in
It's like,
3-3.
you're
A,
so
B,
dumb,
C, D,
and you
E.
can't figure out what the fuck I'm
Correct.
talking
Do you
about.
see A, C,
We're
D,
gonna give you pictures.
in that category on this chart?
Oh God.
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized. Yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
The yard.
Sorry,
Yeah, I
just
think
give me one moment.
this is definitely the chalk. So she just has to go through this, identify all of it being accurate, and then they can
That's
put
correct.
it
And did not match anything in 7-14.
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B,
Show us the
last
chalk.
or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's
Is
correct.
that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match or did match in your analysis or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that
with
accurately reflect that finding on this chart?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Okay, so this is why the letters are
So,
missing. They're the 3 that don't match,
A, B, C, D, F.
What?
right? The ones that
What?
were missing.
What are missing?
The letters that are missing, because this is 7-12, which has the 9 pieces, 6 match, 3 don't.
Right? And it's missing
Right.
like 3 letters.
Yeah, because the 3 are the ones that don't match, right?
No. No,
E,
the 3 that
G, and H.
The three that don't match the cup is E, I, and L.
Oh, what? Okay. What?
Yeah. A, B, C, D, F, K, those match. And then E, I, and L do not match.
So we're missing G, H, and J, K?
We have K.
Oh, we do have K. Okay, yeah. G, H, and J.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they just skipped them for no reason.
Joanna wants me to read your last comment. Where is Indiana Girl's comment? I disagree with T. This girl is not pole dancing. She spent too much time deciding if it was a pole.
Literally. I mean, it's painful.
That's Lori. That's exactly what I said. It makes no sense, right? That's exactly what I said the other day. That's crazy.
Could you imagine if she's the one that had to put the taillight back together?
Oh God.
We
Wouldn't even be able to go to trial.
And it's not, and GHJ isn't necessarily like missing. They didn't exist and now they don't. They just, for whatever reason, skipped them.
We don't know. We just don't know why.
Yeah. All right. You think she figured it out yet? I don't remember what she's looking for at this point.
She's just verifying that all of the letters that they have underneath these pictures are correct.
Oh. Well,
F and K
All matched.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart?
They're going to show us that. They'll show us this when she verifies it.
E is an echo.
So,
I is an India, and I think that's
No,
L
I
is an
know.
Lima. Did not match.
Awfully bold.
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this?
Well, I have it up from when you were doing
Yes.
Proctor. It's on my other
Last
screen.
Category 7-14. That is the single piece of.
So I'm not
glass
just trying to be cocky. Like, no, I'm feeling like I know they do put it up.
Proctor, that did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12. Correct.
I thought you were going to call them by names.
If you need to check your notes.
He's supposed to do both. Bang, bang.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the
Praise the Lord.
amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
Of course, she felt like something was wrong and needed fixed.
205? Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second.
Oh my God.
Have those
Wow.
redactions, have those been done?
Why? This is, I have never, like, this must be the biggest day of wasting their time I've ever seen.
Yeah, pause it real quick. So they're talking about the cocktail glass cup from Waterfall. So 3-2, when they say the glass or cup, as AJ refers to it, when they say that, then it's the tumbler from the bar.
We think. We're
Well,
assuming.
That's what the alleged tumbler from the barn. Nobody ever went and got glasses from Waterfall to compare them. So for us to absolutely Indiana Girl's like, I'm gonna say it if you're not gonna say it. There you go. I got you, girl.
Oh, I said it. I don't know that that's where it's from. I don't know why they wouldn't look in the house. I'm sorry.
I think about that too, you. It's so weird that I do. I think about that. Like,
I have to, and then I pretend like I didn't because I don't even want to talk about it because it makes my stomach turn.
Well, like if you have bad breath and you're talking into like,
stop it. Stop it. It sounds like a breeding ground for like a yeast infection.
Well, we did find out that that everybody has their own, that they get their own little they get their own little devicey thing.
That
You don't have
doesn't
to share it with like the other. You don't have to share it with like the other court reporter.
I don't want to share it with myself.
No, I want it like a one-time use, and then it's out. Like reusable. I don't want to touch that thing. Who's cleaning it?
Especially with the judge that like cuts off the air conditioner as a punishment and stuff. Like then it gets all sweaty.
God, your mouth all sweaty. Ugh.
Disgusting.
That's so gross.
How dare you bring that up? What? All right. Well, now I'll only be thinking about that. Gross. Ew.
Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Oh, finally. It only took 3 hours.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces.
So basically, the jury, while this is up, needs to hurry up and copy all this down because they do not get to bring chalks back. And I don't think they know that. Like, I don't know if they were told they're not going to be able to bring chalks back to evidence. So they need to be copying this like word for word.
How much DNA is on the cup and these cut pieces? None.
0.
Like, think about that. They're saying
Yeah,
that the glass cut him up. The glass is what cut up his arm. The glass is what cut up his nose, his eye. But there's no DNA on the cup.
Same with the plastic.
Nothing. No DNA.
This is a glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
Same picture. They're both recovered from the alleged crime scene.
9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14
Just a different day.
Glass, single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 712 or anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 712, did not match anything in 714, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however.
So what are those?
There was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this is an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? What was consistent with what?
Proctor glass.
Item 3-3, piece E was consistent.
The answer's right
in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is?
The single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor.
Correct.
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it?
Right.
Nothing.
Physical match comparison. There was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Okay.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can.
Oh, see, she
we can
don't
take
trust
this down,
me.
Your Honor.
She doesn't want it up there.
That's so annoying.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Yippee!
Mr. Lally?
Don't you do it, Lally. He didn't say nothing you didn't say.
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if
Oh my God.
if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as
How?
the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
Right.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Who cares?
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
What does this matter?
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
And we approach again. To let you
Rally.
know, real time, they're done for the day.
Oh, they're about to end right now?
Real time, yeah. So I don't know how far back you are, but
We're basically not back at
I
all.
can
That
see
must
her telling the jury. This should be about over anyway. They're gonna finish her and be done, which I figured they would.
Now, Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you
No, they're all from
testified about
MSP.
before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No.
That's correct.
Wrong. Why did he just say that? That is wrong.
What did he say?
Listen again.
Okay.
Found that, Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
No, 7-12 are the 9 pieces. Only 6 of them matched the cup that were in the yard, not the roadway. There was only 1 piece in the roadway, and it was Proctor's.
Oh, you're saying the road. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, the
That's
roadway
why-
versus the yard.
And
I don't know. We don't know that. We don't know that because they didn't graph where they found anything. They didn't mark where they found all these things.
well, then how do I have 9 pieces in the yard by Buchanan, 1 piece in the road by Proctor, 5 pieces on the bumper?
Well, if you wrote that down, then they probably testified to it at some point, and I just missed it. But I know that we don't have like nobody actually like charted out where we found all these things. Remember that one guy tried to last year? They were all on top of each other, and that was the only thing he ever did.
Yeah. Well.
So there was no glass pieces found by the CERT team.
No.
Only the plastic pieces, red and black, or red and clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm pissed because he just said that the six pieces that match the cup.
He said roadway. I
We
got
found
what
the
you're
roadway,
saying.
and that's not true.
I
And
was
so
looking
that's
at the 6 pieces. I was like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, 6. Got it.
yeah. So now that's going to make it seem like it broke in the roadway and not over in the yard.
Right. I got you.
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
He just put all the pieces of glass in the roadway, and that's not where they are.
Gotcha.
Bullshit.
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper can be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. Another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you have.
Yeah, like just say it.
Sustained.
Correct.
He was going to say correct.
But
finally,
the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source. It was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered
by Michael Proctor.
possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Yes.
Correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute.
And they're done.
Feel free to stand up and stretch.
Why are you going to tell them to stand up and stretch knowing full well you're going to send them home an hour early after you started over an hour late and had multiple 30-plus minute breaks?
She says they're ahead of schedule.
Oh, there's just absolutely no way.
After speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they
Well-
worked very hard to get us.
Actually,
Because
maybe.
remember that Brennan said, and I thought it was weird, and I think it was Kat and I were talking about it, or maybe it was Ems. But Brennan said that Welcher wasn't going to testify until after the holiday, like middle of next week.
Right.
So, I mean, I guess technically he does think he's ahead of schedule because now Welcher's coming on tomorrow.
And he's probably the last one. And like I said, he's going to take up the entire half day. And
Uh-huh.
then we won't have cross of Welcher until Tuesday, 5 days later.
Right.
So, well, let me let her finish. And then,
To this point, we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good
So now-
weekend. It's very.
so now no Thursday, no Friday, no Saturday, no Sunday, no Monday. 5 whole days, right?
Did she just give them tomorrow off?
She sure did.
Very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone.
Don't discuss it with anyone, but I'm going to give you 5 days to go be with all your friends. No work, no school, and go to the beach.
That's because of Welcher.
Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day.
Fuck it.
Watch your social media use this.
What is she even talking about? So we do have court on Monday?
Uh-uh.
So then why is she saying every day except for Thursday? She just said every day except for Thursday is a full day next week. Does she realize that they have off on Monday too? Like,
Well, I think so. She told me they're going to get a nice long weekend. They're getting 5 days off.
yeah, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, he's not coming until Tuesday. They're not going. Well, the thing is that they can't pay him to stay there or come back and forth to testify tomorrow, go home, and then fly back.
Every day that they are in court, who just said so. So full day Tuesday, full day Wednesday, half day Thursday, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
And full day Friday. That's bullshit. Yeah, exactly. That's another thing. Like Indy Cindy said, like when we get back after this 5 enormous, long drinking, partying weekend, because it's a holiday weekend. It's usually like the first weekend that people go open up their beach houses and shit. How many jurors are we going to lose when they come back on Tuesday?
Do not go home and Google mendacity.
Weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
I thought you were just blending Bev and Levin together to binge, so she's got to lift her solo cup and realize it's time to party. So are we going to rewatch People the next 5 days? Not the next 5 days, but the next 2 days, yes.
3. Or are you taking Monday off?
No, I don't know. I don't even know if I have plans Monday. I have plans Saturday.
I don't have plans. I may have plans Friday.
Yeah, we're definitely going to watch. We're watching Testimony Thursday, Friday, for sure. We'll watch Old Testimony the next 2 days. The only thing I'm going to say is Friday. I do plan on starting later, because Friday.
Okay.
Because I don't have a tiny human in school, so I'd like to have a day of getting to start a little later.
Okay. Should be Monday
Not
too.
Like super. They're all off on Monday, but I don't know. I don't know what we're doing Monday. So I guess we'll see what we get through for Thursday, Friday. Thursday, Friday, 2 days of watching Old Testimony. We're probably gonna watch everything we wanted to watch.
So do you want to end now, or do you want to do the cross of Proctor now?
That's honestly up to you. I have to leave in 15 minutes, and I won't be back for probably 2.5 hours.
Well, I won't have to leave until 45 minutes. And hopefully that wouldn't be that fast.
So I have to pick up all 3 kids, and then 2 of the 3 have an ortho appointment. So we can start fresh tomorrow with Proctor on cross and go from there.
Okay.
And just have the rest of the day to do whatever. I really want Tammy to get her ass home so I can figure out what's on her thumb drive.
Yeah.
We've only waited how many months for this?
Many. So the cross is 3.5 hours.
Yeah, let's do that tomorrow.
Okay. And we basically didn't even start. Like we were like on 19 seconds. Like we didn't do anything. So we will be starting fresh.
Yeah, and cross is the better of the Proctor stuff anyway. So
yeah, they don't blow through them. Like Lally was like, read them as fast as you can, motherfucker. And Alan Jackson just reads them over and over again.
It's just like, and why did you say this? Why did you say that? And why did you say this?
I wish they would have pushed more about that lie, an obvious lie about who the whack job was when it was clearly the Emmy he was talking about.
I know.
Karen.
I think AJ brings it up on cross. What time do we start tomorrow? Let's start. What time do you want to start tomorrow? 8:30 my time, or do you want to start earlier? I mean, I have to be up same time regardless. It's just whether Sleuthie wants to run the show in the morning or not. I can start it at 7. That's not an issue.
If everyone wants to, we could start at this time, at 7, so 10 my time, because I get bored and I miss you guys.
Aww.
My kid goes at 8 to school, and so I still have 2 hours that I'm sitting here twiddling my thumbs waiting for you all.
Okay, so tomorrow we'll start at 7. Friday I'm going to start probably closer to 9 my time.
Yeah.
You might not even be here Friday anyway, but I want to at least get like another hour and a half of sleep at least.
Yeah.
And then Saturday we won't be here. I'm really hoping that we get some information on this thumb drive, so hopefully we can do a Delphi live sometime in the next couple of days. So tomorrow we're going to watch cross-examination of Proctor from trial number 1, and we'll see if we can get into like Higgins or the more Alberts, and then we're going to continue that into Friday. So whatever we don't do tomorrow, we're going to do Friday of trial 1 testimony, specifically the people who are not testifying in this trial. So anybody who is watching this trial that did not watch the first one can get the full context of what we got the first go round. So tomorrow, so Sleuthie did today, she did direct of Proctor. Tomorrow we're going to do cross of Proctor, and then we'll probably get into either Brian Albert or Brian Higgins. So 7 a.m. my time, 8 a.m. Mountain time, 9 a.m. Central time, and 10 a.m. Eastern time. And across the pond, you guys have to do your own math, as you know.
I bet you know I won't get the exhibits tomorrow either because she shut down court for tomorrow.
True.
Oh, I'm pissed. I'm writing a new email. I'm pissed. I was trying to be nice. You all saw I was kind to Jim.
I was kind to Jim. Maybe you'll still get him. Maybe he'll have more time to get him to you.
Yeah, maybe. Unless they're all just taking off because they're like, you know what? Fuck it. Sleuthie doesn't need any exhibits. She can wait till next week.
How does this even make sense? My kids are done with school. They called the year early. How the hell do you call a year early? Did they not have enough snow days? I mean, it's the only thing I can think of. Like, how do you call a year early?
How do you just tell me today that all of a sudden we're done school for today? Like,
yeah, mine are done. Mine are done on the 5th. So like, that's the other thing is I've got Kaylee's we're in the end of competition season for gymnastics. And then she's got 8th grade promotion. So all of these 8th grade things happening in these next couple of weeks that like the schedule is just fucking wonky. And then like this weekend, like the little doesn't have school Friday, but the 2 bigs do. Oh, a tornado.
We're in 20.
That fucking
24.
sucks. Sorry, never mind.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
We're in
I remember
2024,
8th grade
2025. I think he's done this week or next week. I feel like it might be the 29th he's done. Wait, what day is that? Thursday? It might be the 29th. I think he's done the 29th.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, they took all their spring break and shit. So instead of like extending the, because they had, as you know, they had 3 billion snow days. And so
might as well have gone to like remote learning like back in COVID days.
Dude, that was the longest Christmas break I've ever experienced. Back when I was in school, they never did that. I thought he was never going to go back.
Yeah, that was a lot. You were like, and it's snowing again. It's snowing again. And I was like, no school tomorrow.
He had his two-week winter break. And then like the day before he was fixing to go back, a big ass snowstorm comes. He was home another 2 weeks. Like in the month of January, they probably went to school like 3 days. Yeah, non-million. It was non-million with 30 zeros. That's how many days it snowed.
How many days he had those snow days?
But so they took his whole spring break basically. He had like 1 day off and a half day. But it's better that way because they're still getting out.
I didn't realize that you got hit with that tornado. Maybe I did and I forgot. So no wonder schools, they're just like, no, we're done. Like, no more.
I would want my kid to be with B.
Yeah.
So.
All right. So we'll be back tomorrow morning. We'll do, like I said, we're going to do the early 7 a.m. start my time. So you guys all figure that out. And then as always, thanks for hanging out with us. Another wasted day of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed. So we'll see you mañana for old school Proctor testimony. And I'll set it all up when I get back from taking kids everywhere they need to go. I normally would set it up now, but we're leaving. So it is what it is.
Whatever. Just know you'll be back here tomorrow, people.
You'll be back here tomorrow to watch Michael Proctor, former trooper Michael Proctor, and his lies.
It's infinitely more exciting than what we've been watching. So
the mendacity of Michael Proctor is what I'm going to title the live.
Oh, that's a great name. Excellent.
Oh, shit. All right. Love you all. Thanks for hanging out with us. I know you have 1,000 other places you could be, and you still choose to be here with us, and we love you for it. And we'll see you mañana if we don't see you on the YouTube streets before then. Bye, Sleuthie.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown.